All right, so we are looking at another session together here. So I titled this one Romancing the Uncertainty. Now, I always try to come up with some kind of little clever title to get you guys thinking about what this potentially might be about. Where am I going to take it? How's it applied to you? How is it applicable to you as a trader, as a student? And I think that the 2024 mentorship so far has been, at the very minimum, illuminating in the aspects that price is predictable, the conditions around the marketplace is predictable, high probability and low probability can be determined, framed, and you can learn to anticipate when it's probability that is against you, when you're going to have more adversities than you would care to have any other time. Usually it's the times when you have hurt yourself, draw down, blown accounts, confusion, high anxiety trading, high anxiety analysis without even pushing the button, and not really understanding what causes it. And you're learning now how to place more emphasis on determining the characteristics of the marketplace that you're trying to either trade in, or that you're going to be comfortable saying, you know what, I can see the prices fluctuating just like everybody else around the world watching that same price. But I know enough about myself, I know enough about my model, and I know enough about the inherent risks, the uncertainty of profitability in certain financial climates. That means, is the market predisposed to hurt you and anyone else that participates in it? And that's kind of like the emphasis for new students on non-farm payroll week. That's what I'm trying to capture your attention in regards to the unrealized, until it's too late, risks that comes with trading that week. Everybody hears the success stories of how someone did this and someone did that on non-farm payroll. I made this much money. I made that much money. I'm able to get a withdrawal for this much money because I killed it on non-farm payroll. And you're learning that there is a lot more to it than just getting lucky, surviving that carnival ride. And while most retail traders, people that use logic that has no bearing on why price is going to go up or down, they will subscribe to the view that, hey, their techniques, their models, even my concepts in the hands of other people, they may sell the idea that, hey, look, I got it all figured out. And as I mentioned, every single time I've ever talked about non-farm payroll, I said the same thing Friday. I said, you don't know. No one knows where it's going to go. And inviting ruin, inviting the potential for the market to just start spooling and running way beyond where you think it's going to go. Ignoring that underlying risk, ignoring it, discounting it, thinking it's not going to happen to you. Not this time. You're romancing the uncertainty. You're only looking at it from the perspective that it's going to be good for you. It's going to be good. It's a good thing for me to do this. That's what you tell yourself. That's what you're thinking. In reality, you're most likely anxious. That's why you never said anything in front of the public about what you were doing. But when it works, you're going to come out and show your market replay execution. Look at this. Look what I did. I killed it. If you were that confident, you would have done it live. You would have done it in advance. And the fact that you won't do that, or that you see other people doing it just like that, it's cause for concern. You're spending too much time doing the wrong things, worrying about the wrong things, and romancing the uncertainty only seeing it through rose-colored glasses as an expression that you can only see it your way, or the good side only, and not realizing the underlying risks that are associated with it. So I want you to think about what you watched this week. I want you to think about how we were able to navigate at the beginning of the week on Monday. I told you what the weekly objective would be. And once it delivered to it, guess what? That was it. We were looking for that weekly buy side and balance, sell side efficiency to be traded down into. And it was just off by a little bit before closing it entirely to the downside. And that's all it did. I want you to think about how I took you into the charts live and showed you executions, buying and selling, emphasizing that the downside was really where we were focusing on. That was proven to you on Monday's top-down analysis. But buying and selling, executing on a short-term basis, just trading the intraday volatility, using any immediate lower time frame, 15-second or 1 minute fair value gap, and conditioning yourself to just see it and execute on it. See it and execute on it. Place a stop and a limit, and submit to both. Whichever one happens to be hit first, that's what you're going to subscribe to for that exercise. And you desensitize yourself. See, that is the right thing to do. Not going in thinking it's always going to be an outcome that's favorable to me. You need to remove that thought process entirely. You need to remove the necessity for the outcome to be positive for you. Because if you focus on that in the beginning, while you're discovering who you are, what you're going to do to wreck yourself, before you discover your character flaws, every one of us have them, you won't grow efficiently in your understanding. You won't have an understanding of what you're trying to become. Because in the beginning, you really don't know what you're trying to do. You don't know what your ending model is going to be. You don't know how you're going to perform as a career trader. You're not going to understand the things that you don't know yet, because you don't know what you don't know. And that uncertainty for you isn't being romanced. It's being explored. It's being navigated, much like Christopher Columbus, who set out and discovered America and whatnot. Imagine how scary that would have been for him. Do you think he was trying to talk himself out of it all the time? Or was he thinking, how amazing is it going to be once I discover something new? And he submitted through the process of discovering it, getting out there in the uncharted waters. The hard right edge of every single chart, every single one of them, that hard right edge, that's the retail drowning pool. You see so many traders now. Go on social media. Look, there's stories of regret and woe. I blew my accounts. I lost my funded account. I failed the combine. I don't know what happened on Friday. Why was the market so hard on Friday? Why was the market so choppy this week? The market was trash this week. That's the retail drowning pool, that hard right edge. They want to believe in their fairy tales and myths about why price does this and does that and what indicator causes it to go up and down. But none of them spend the time, like I've been teaching you, to focus on when it's going to be less likely for you to succeed. You're not romancing the uncertainty. You're removing any emotion about that hard right edge. You're looking at, why would price go up? Why would price go down? Who is it going to hurt? Because that's what this game's about. It's about taking. It's about overtaking and devouring. That's what it's all about. It's nothing else but that. And your indicators are going to crunch numbers and spit out some data that you're going to subscribe a religion to. If you're a retail-minded thinker, you're placing faith, almost to the degree and level of religion, over these indicators. like they're somehow going to cause price to bend to their will. Stochastic says you got to go up. RSI diverge. That means you can't go any lower. You cannot go any lower. You might as well just start going up right now. I used to talk like that to my charts as a 20-year-old. I said, there's no way that can keep going down. It's diverged twice. It's been oversold for hours. It has to go up now. Everybody sees the same thing, so they got to be doing what? Buying it up. And everybody buying it up should cause it to go higher. Yep, that was me being religious about price action. And that was also me losing money. That hard right edge is no longer scary to you because you understand where you're at in price relative to the dealing range, the seasonality, what month of the year you're in, what week of that month you're in, what day of the week you're on, what the economic climate is for that week because of the economic calendar. And you're learning how to navigate uncharted waters. You don't know if there's any rocks just beneath the surface that might strike the bottom of your vessel and cause you to sink, but you're not obsessively worrying about that either. You're exploring the uncharted territory of your future self. And while that is exciting, you have to tame that overzealous nature that, like a child waiting on Christmas morning, they can't wait to get up and see what St. Nicholas left them under their tree. What presents are the market makers going to lay in your hands today as a profitable trade? The market maker doesn't let you sit on his lap and ask for what you want for Christmas. It's designed to consume you. So when you adopt the mindset that cannibalizes retail thought, then you are outside of its reach. You're just outside of the influence and the religious perspective held over price that indicators and retail logic presents. It takes more faith for people to believe in those things than it is to simply study price action naked and study it through the lens of time and price and efficiencies, liquidity, seasonality, all those things that are factual influences. These are things that really have an influence and effect over price. And they can be scheduled as a time when you're going to engage the marketplace because there's an economic calendar that you can look at and say, hey, there's going to be a lot of volatility this day. This specific day of the week, there's going to be lots of volatility that day. And if it happens to be on the latter half of the week, well, you understand now that the cleanest price action is going to be where? At the front of the week. And the retail crowd, the casino goers, the gamblers, the less informed street money is going to be out there on Thursday and Friday pressing really hard to try to do something amazing when the market's more likely to do nothing in their favor, but hurt them. Take a look at your chart on a 15-minute time frame. Look at the NASDAQ. Wednesday's trading, Thursday's trading, and Friday's trading. Contrast that with Monday and Tuesday's trading. Whole lot different in terms of how price was delivered. Do you want to be in a market that has difficulty? The difficulty in producing low resistance liquidity runs, where the market just runs quickly, expediently, right to your targets with very little, if at all, retracements. Hardly any consolidations, barely any pause whatsoever. It just runs quickly and goes right to your target. Or do you want to be in a market that has to be babysat? And you're constantly concerned about Is this retracement going to be one that stops me out and then eventually goes in my favor later on? That's trading in high resistance liquidity runs. See, there's a benefit in understanding the lay of the land. Knowing how that economic calendar is going to impact future price, days that haven't even started yet. You're looking at these things on the weekend, anticipating how the week's going to be problematic on certain times and days. But retail's not thinking that way. They go in and they're hoping that their harmonic patterns are lining up. They hope that they're seeing their indicators become oversold or overbought. They're waiting with bated breath that their moving averages are sloping in the direction they want to be buying or selling in. Where you are different. You're calm, you're calculated, you're patient, because you know that that given day, there should be some kind of opening imbalance, some kind of difference that's significant from the previous day's settlement price to 9:30's opening price. And to the degree of how much of an imbalance is created by that, you get intel, you get information that tells you more about how that daily candlestick is going to deliver. And you understand that if there is a opening price higher at 9:30 a.m. New York local time than that of the closing price at 4:14 p.m. Eastern Standard Time previous day, if it gaps open higher and it's a significant gap, you know that there is, in the first 30 minutes, statistical probability that's 70% over the last 40 years, that in the first 30 minutes, that your short-term bias should be bearish in that instance, trading down to half of whatever that gap is. Retail doesn't think that way. They don't go in anticipating something like that. Retail sees this. Well, we gapped open higher, so that means it's strong. Let's buy it. If you measure the relationship between where we closed the previous day, and this is something for you guys that like to make indicators in PineScript for TradingView, here's a challenge for you. Ready? Create an indicator that plots a cumulative line. Okay. And you want to plot it with measuring the rate of change between previous day's close to today's opening price. And you can start with a number like, I don't know, use a value like 10,000 or 100,000. And then today's opening price, how many ticks is it above previous settlement? How many handles is it or points above it? And you would add that many to that original starting value. And then every day, plus or minus, you're adding or subtracting to that, and it's creating this cumulative line. Eventually, what you'll start seeing is that's measuring the public's perspective, because they see, oh, we opened up higher than the previous day's close. That's bullish. And they will want to do what? It's higher. It's strong. Let's buy it. Buy, 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 buy. And that's why I told you on Friday, I'm not interested in being long. To the jokers that like to say I was looking for longs. I was not looking for longs. I was absolutely not looking for longs. I was looking for further protraction because it's non-farm payroll. It can deliver that and screw you over. Everybody now knows that if there's an opening gap higher, that's a premium gap. Inside that first 30 minutes, your bias is bearish. Always. You're never chasing that. You're never buying that. Never, ever, ever looking for longs like that, ever. That's somebody that doesn't listen. That's someone taking things out of context. That's someone that's a joker online. Don't take that as a compliment, because I'm not talking like a Heath Ledger joker. I'm talking about a grade A clown, a circus fucking animal. Okay. So when you measure the perspective by looking at where we open today at 9:30 related to how we closed, the public's perspective is it's strong, it's going higher. Where the professional perspective is, what do we do from the opening price? And how do we close that day? That's very telling, because what you can actually start doing is you can get a diametrically opposed measurement with a simple cumulative line. And by doing it on the open to close relationship, you end up with Larry Williams' accumulation distribution formula. But if you switch the logic and you do a cumulative line basis on the difference between previous close to opening of today, you're measuring the public's perspective. What do you think happens? Think now. What do you think happens when you plot both of those lines as an overlay, one over top of the other? And one fails to make higher highs when the other one does. And what happens when the public's perspective, which is the opening price related to previous day's close, is showing higher highs? When the measurement between the opening price to the closing price is saying, I'm not going up there like that. What do you think happens? That divergence is showing you an arm wrestling match between street money, stupid people, uninformed money, and the professionals in the marketplace. See, retail traders are not going in, okay? Now, when I say retail traders, I'm not saying like the people like the YouTube streamers and whatnot, that everybody understand that there's a gap, and gaps tend to trade back into them, but not all the time. That's how I can tell you where there's a breakaway gap. They're not going to be able to tell you which one's going to be a breakaway gap. I have that logic. I can tell you which one's going to be a measuring gap. I can tell you which one's going to be an exhaustion gap. I can tell you where the fair value gaps are going to form before they form in your chart. That's logic that's not found in your books. But let's clarify something. When I say retail collectively are looking at that higher opening price at 9:30 relative to previous day's settlement price at 4:14, always New York local time. When they see that opening price higher, in their minds, immediately they're bullish. They're looking for some kind of continuation higher collectively. Now, inside of the retail classification of traders, there are individuals that know how to fade that opening gap. Some of them look for a full gap closure because that's what they think is going to happen. But not all gaps completely fill in. I'm teaching you that when you're bullish, you don't really want to see a full gap closure. And you don't find that in your books. You find them in all the people that study from me now on Amazon. That's a given now. But prior to 2016, when people were taking my leaked content and turning them into books and study guides and whatnot, nobody thought about just leaving a portion of the gap open and seeing that as bullish when it's gapped higher and trades down to half gap or 3/4 gap closure. Leaving something open, it indicates underlying strength, or in deference to when the market opens lower with a gap lower opening at 9:30, the public perceives that as extreme weakness and it means it's going to go lower. So their sentiment is immediately established as let's get short. But the professional mindset, now let's be honest, okay? You're trading as a retail trader, but I'm training you to think unlike a retail trader. You have to trade as a retail trader in a retail brokerage account, but you're not thinking like every retail trader is. So you're thinking like smart money. You are a retail trader, but you're not thinking like a retail trader. You're not falling victim to the nonsense that these individuals subscribe to as the reasons for why price goes up and down. You're not doing that. You're not making those foolish assumptions over price. That because it looks like some kind of animal pattern, some kind of geographic pattern connecting the dots and trend lines, and therefore it makes some kind of a illustration, like a horoscope. You're looking at the real factors why price goes up and down. And if you can measure and compare the relationships on how, on a cumulative line basis, it's a very simple process. If the gap's higher at the open, however many handles or ticks it goes up and opens up from the previous settlement price, that's how much your indicator value adds to the cumulative line. And then you do the same thing by plotting the difference between the opening price to the closing price. And if you do that, what you'll start seeing is you'll start seeing an X-ray view of real accumulation and distribution against the weak-handed public traders. And that's why when we look at these large opening gaps and the market has been building up, like I was describing on Friday in live stream, I said, I would never chase this buying it. I would never go long. I would never go long. I'm not interested in buying it. I don't care if it went up to the primary buy side. I'm not buying that because we already established a huge gap. And that's going to do what? It's going to entice retail traders to look for longs. I'm not looking for longs. I'm looking for the final Judas swing. And when we finally broke down, we started consolidating and create that little tiny little messy little range. I said, I'm going to cut through all this chaff right here and I'm going to focus on this little fair value gap in here. Well, where was the gap? It was gap higher. So the bias is what? Bearish. It displaced lower. And I pointed right to that little fair value gap. I said, now that one, if all things being equal, and if this is weak, if it's bearish, it's going to stay in the lower half of that fair value gap and not trade in the upper half. And you watch that happen. And it trade down to mid gap and sell side. That's the professional perspective, waiting for the indications that it's finally broke, it's shifted lower, wait for a premium array. And then when it forms, expect the upper half of it not to be traded to. And then the professional mindset is we opened higher, that's a premium. Professionals sell short in premium. They don't buy. They don't buy. So when these jacklegs get on the internet and he posts shit, ICT was looking for longs. You're a fucking liar. You didn't listen to the live stream and go back and watch it again. There's nothing bullish about me wanting to go long in anything I was describing on Friday. I'm looking to fade that. Always looking to fade that. I'm never going long inside of a Judas swing that opens up and starts trading higher. If it keeps going higher, it'll do so without me. That's not going long. But at the moment, exactly when it forms, I'll tell you, and then changes gears and goes lower. But they're going to ignore that. They're going to pretend that didn't exist. What live stream are they watching? That's what's funny. It's right there in front of them. It's recorded, documented. It's not ambiguous. But that separation between perspectives on how the public, the less informed street money, the dumb money, when they're expecting prices to go higher, at the very moment or time when professional traders, the perspective that I'm teaching to hold as smart money, when they see price at a premium like that and they open up at 9:30, we're anticipating a closure at least of half the gap with a 70% likelihood that's going to happen in the first 30 minutes. So they're romancing the uncertainty. Retail traders see that gap opening and they're thinking, wow, this is strength. My stock's higher than it closed yesterday. The index market, all these indices are opening higher than when they closed yesterday. The market's up. Let's turn on CNBC and let's hear them talk about how great it is. And you'll hear them talk about it. You never hear CNBC anchors say, oh, we gapped open higher, so it's probably going to start going lower, folks. That's not what they say. They give you all these descriptive terms, stating things like, oh, the market's really strong this morning. Market's really firm. So-and-so number of stocks are up, blah, blah, blah. What are they doing? They're leading you down the primrose lane. They're making you believe the bullshit that you're already feeling inside, the butterflies in your stomach that you think, I'm going to make so much money today being long. The market has gapped open higher, and they start romancing the uncertainty of how much more money they could make. Give me a second here. I'm not sure if you can hear my pups, but they're running around carrying on upstairs. Give me a second. It sounds like my son's already cuddling now. All right, so by having a diametrically opposed perspective than that of the less informed traders, the ones that place their religious belief and faith in things that are external to why price goes up and down, and focusing primarily on when the watering hole will lure the prey, when they're not thinking they're going to be consumed and they think everything's safe. It's okay for me to go down there and get a drink at the watering hole. Everybody's drinking from the watering hole. This is where all the volatility is. This is where all the movement's going to take place. It's gapped opening. This gap openings, it's strength. It's underlyingly bullish. I'm going to chase it because I feel like the market's bullish. And who knows how to time the market? So you might as well just go in and start buying it when it's proven itself being strong. And now contrast that with, oh, we gapped open higher. Let me measure how we are opened compared to where we settled yesterday at 414. Where's that midpoint? And you're anticipating that. You're not getting giddy. You don't have butterflies in your stomach when you look for that information. You're not all hopped up on goofballs, and you're not anxious and scared that it's going to fail that day. You're expecting the statistical probabilities to fall in favor like it has in the past. This is where it's most probably going to go. Now, that's not a guarantee, because a guarantee would be, well, just get short if it's gapped open higher. Don't even bother with stop loss because you're going to be right. You wouldn't do that. But contrast that with the indicator following crowd that sees an opening gap higher and they want to be long. And because they don't know how far it could retrace, they just want to be long because they're afraid they're going to miss the move. They don't put a stop loss on because they romance the uncertainty. It's going to work out for them. Everything's going to work out for them this time. They may have lost money in the previous 20 trades and they're on the last leg of losing their account, failing their funded combine, losing their funded account, losing the last bit of money in their live account. And they're going to ignore all caution. And they're just going to roll the dice because they're romancing the uncertainty of their profitability. And they're only looking at it with rose-colored glasses where it can only work in their favor. That's what they're telling themselves. They're lying to themselves. And you're not learning how to do that. You're learning how to look at the marketplace and say, well, the markets are likely to go all over the place any given day. You won't have any control over price. But I'm going to go in looking for this scenario. I'm going to look for this type of thing to form in price at this time of day. And I'm going to be looking for weak-handed traders to hold a opposing view to mine. And I will see that as advantage. I will see that as I am about to take prey. I'm about to eat. I'm about to fill my belly. I'm about to consume someone's stop and use it as an entry mechanism. I'm about to take over someone's profitable trade. They will be neutralized and removed from it, and I will be properly positioned to capitalize on the profit run. That's what I train. I train predatory mindset. I'm teaching you how to be a carnivore, not just someone that can run fast and evade being stopped out and taking losses. I'm teaching you how to be the stop eater, the consumer of retail stops, the consumer of less informed traders, equity. It's war or survival of the fittest. That's what this is. And while I don't subscribe to Darwinism, because I think it's bullshit, and even Charles Darwin admitted it was a whole bunch of shit at his deathbed, Darwinism actually does occur in trading. It's the survival of the fittest. And retail traders, by far and large, they have silly little things that they believe in that do not make price go up or down. And they don't even understand when the market is going to be hard for them. And the ones that are the loudest on social media, they're the ones that complain the most when the market's difficult. But you're learning why the markets are difficult. And you're learning that you don't need to be in them. Sit still. Let everybody else go down there and lose a leg, be dismembered and completely torn apart because they don't understand that it's not safe to get in there. And these same individuals that will recklessly go in with over leveraged trades because they want to be able to go on social media and say, look at that guy said, ICT said, don't trade on here. And look what I did. But they're hiding the replay button at the top of their cutout. They'll crop that out and they'll show you the arrows, but they won't show you the execution values because the execution values, you can see that they're not the same as a live execution. But they think that they're getting over on you. Good trade, so-and-so. Great trade, so-and-so. But no live execution, no before the fact, and always market replay. They're lying to themselves and they're lying to people that watch them. I'm teaching you to look for people that are going to have no problem whatsoever showing you live, showing you before the fact, explain why it's going to do it. I have students doing that in the trading community. By far and large, my students, the people that use my stuff, they're the ones that have the balls, the brass, the moxie that go out there and say, I ain't got no problem, I can show you to you. And they're not afraid of losing either. That's confidence. That is exactly what you want. Not, I hope my indicator works, or waste time like I did for years trying to find the optimal settings. If you're constantly worrying about or listening to someone teaching you how they're going to optimize their indicator settings, if it needs optimization, that's form fitting, and form fitting is bullshit. It either works or it doesn't. If you're constantly having to tinker something, you don't have something that works. If you have a necessity, a need for something, always changing the settings. What's your settings on your MACD? What's your settings on your slow stochastic? What's your period overbought and oversold for RSI or CCI? What did you use today? What time frame are you using? All that is just to make you feel like, oh, if I would use that, then I could have made money. They're romancing the uncertainty. They're looking for the love story and all this stuff. And it's not a love story. It's not. It's a horror story. Every day there's victims. There's always a serial killer. Always a serial killer. It's a slasher movie every single day in the marketplace, especially in that first 60 minutes. You're watching a Jason Voorhees, a Michael Myers, a Freddy Krueger movie unfold every single day in that first 60 minutes. And you have the decision to make. Are you going to be the dumb person that says, that was a strange sound over there, let's check it out? It's a running joke. You ever watch the movie Scary Movie, where it's kind of like makes fun of all the stereotypical things that go on in movies. And it's true. I have a lot of black friends, and it's like they would tell us when we're watching movies together, they'd be like, why is this dumb white person going over there to see what the hell that was? I'm getting the hell out of here. I ain't no way I'm going over and doing that. Ain't no way. That's a peculiar sound. Let's investigate what that is. Oh, hell no. I'm out of there. Well, in retail, that's what they do. Retail thinks like the dumb white person in horror movies. Oh, what was that sound? Let me go investigate that. You hear a whisper, get out. Who said that? Let's go around the corner and see what, get the hell out of there. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. So we look for that. We look for that very thing in traders. Retail logic. Oh, let me see. Can I get devoured and destroyed and have my head completely cleanly removed from my shoulders if I take this trade doing this? If we can identify how retail traders are going to think like that, at the very moment when smart money concepts are saying that's a mistake, that person's about to be a statistic. That's the person in the body count of this movie. It's about the body count's about to go up right now At this moment, right now, retail body count is about to go up because they see this. They're looking for that to unfold when you're looking for the opposite. You're sitting still when you know that the market is unfavorable. Doesn't mean you can't take a trade. Doesn't mean you couldn't get lucky if you got in there and did something. It just means that why would you want to do that? Why would you want to trade on a condition or in a condition where you're going to be more inclined to hope and pray that you're right or have regret that you even pushed the button at all versus this is the right market climate. I have everything in my favor. The market's going to be volatile. It's going to be in low resistance liquidity run conditions. It's not going to be in high resistance liquidity run conditions. That means I'm going to have everything in my favor. At the same time, retail is going to be looking for the opposite. You've checked all the boxes. That's high probability trading. And friends and family, listen. That is not an everyday instance. That is not an every session instance. It's not. It is absolutely not. So when you hear these jokers say, every day is a trading day to be profitable, and they try to entice you to do more than you should. If you're brand new, you don't know what you're doing, you don't have a model, and you don't have the ability to trade on your own steam, that means you don't care what ICT says. You don't care what any of my students are thinking. You're not looking to go onto YouTube or watch live streamers. You're not looking to subscribe to anybody's service. You're looking at your own charts and you know exactly what you're doing. That's what you want. But you may need some sense of community because it's a lonely sport. Even when you're profitable, it's lonely. That's why I was trying to get all my friends and my family members when I was younger. I was like, listen, you should do this. And it's the same thing you see with my lectures. In the beginning, if I start a new lecture series or whatever, the first video, big views, big views. That's the shiny object syndrome. And when they realize, oh, this isn't going to be easy. Oh, fuck this. Let me do something else. Those individuals that stick to it and dig into it and they learn, oh, yeah, not every day is the same. I want to be in when everything is in my favor. I'm not guaranteed that my outcome is going to be favorable. Yours isn't either. But when you do more work in trying to strategize around times of the day and times of the week and what months of the year where the market is really inclined to be favorable, when it's just going to feel so much easier than you imagined it would be, that's simply because you're executing it and navigating smooth waters. You're looking to sail your sailboat in smooth waters with a cool breeze behind you. That's pleasant. That's operating in very controlled economic climates. Doesn't mean that something can't come in there abruptly disturb it, but if you focus on trading like that, your trading is going to be fun. It's going to be far stress-free compared to, I shouldn't say stress-free. It's going to be far less stress than it would be if you were trying to trade every day just because the markets are open and you force yourself to trade through high resistance liquidity run conditions or in non-farm payroll where it tends to stay in a range bound. And every little quick sudden little movement intraday, higher or lower, you're thinking, oh, it's going to finally break out of that range. And then you discover it's not. And you look at how many times you traded and you wish you would have stopped. You wish you would have never put the first trade on. You should just listen to that old guy ICT said, don't do this. But many of you are driven by a passion to be able to go out and do something just to have one instance where you can say, I did something ICT said not to. So there it is. Because what you're really indicating is you're a contrarian. You're a fool for trying to do something like that. But ultimately, what you're trying to do is prove that you are a contrarian, but don't even realize it. And I had students like that in every group. I had individuals that would always try to go against my analysis, and it would hurt them. I took the time to do the analysis like I did on Monday. This is what I believe the market would do. And that's what I was doing in private mentorship. I don't do that for them anymore. They all know how to trade. Whether they choose to believe it or not, I have already taught them. It's in the lectures, and the lectures are now on YouTube. But I would sit down and I would give them pre-week analysis. I would say, before we start trading, here's what I think is going to happen. Yada, 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 yada. This is this, that, and the other thing. This is my goal for the week. This is what I'm trying to trade for. This is how I'd frame my one shot, one kill trades. The one good setup for the week. And then we would accuracy. So you're learning how I don't need to be in there everyday trading and how you don't need to be in there everyday trading. You're not trying to romance the outcome of everything that you do as a trader. You're embracing the uncertainty. That's different. You're embracing that hard right edge where you know that you have tools and perspectives and processes, protocols that you can follow that remove the need to be right. How many times have you watched that opening gap go back to its mid gap since I now taught it to you? Very few times that it fails to do so, but more inclined to do what? What I said. And I can promise you, over the last 40 years, 4 decades, it's done that. Not just in the NASDAQ market, not just in ES, not just in Dow, but in currency futures, the bond market, the grain markets, the meats, the metals, all of that. Every market out there that you can measure this phenomenon, and it's there. Even if it doesn't have a separation of time like we view indices, like indices have in electronic trading hours, they stop. And they have a regular trading hours time where they stop and they restart at 6 p.m. And then we have regular trading hours starting at 9:30 a.m. It's important to have that information because that information gives you a perspective that the general public doesn't perceive. They don't see it. They may recognize there's a gap, but what do you do with that gap? See, by far and large, the average person that is aware of a gap, they think, okay, well, gaps at the opening generally like to be traded down into or up into. Okay, once it does that, then what? Well, I don't know about that, but you know, this is what we can see. This gaps like to get filled, and the chop is real. What do you do when the gap is a premium gap? It opens higher. We trade down and fill the gap, and then we keep going lower. What does that tell you? Well, I don't know. I do. My students do. You're learning that. But you need something that's going to encourage you in the beginning. And by having something that has a 70% likelihood of panning out, why do you think I want a 75 handle or more opening range gap? What is half a 75? It's an easy 25 to 30 handle run. And that's all you need. Once you get that, you can turn your charts off and go fishing, go to the movies, take your significant other out for a date, go have lunch, go back to bed, play some Xbox and PlayStation, whatever you want to do. Go to the gym because your day's done. Think about how fast the 70% repricing to mid gap went into large range gap. How many times have you seen that happen? How many times have you seen it physically happen? Just like that. And how many of you thought to yourself, if push comes to shove, if this is all I get good at doing, how's that a failure? How is that not a clear model that could take your fucking ass right out of that job that you're worrying about every day losing and why you're not getting the raise and how much more time you had to put up with fucking Carl? This fucking guy is constantly looking over your shoulder asking, so how's that trading going? How's that Forex trading going? You ready to quit your job yet? You're gonna be a lifer like me. You know you are. Yeah, your corporate team. Your corporate team, baby. You are never getting out of here. I told you when you first told me this stuff, it's never gonna work for you. Looking at that opening range gap, understanding how it behaves, what you can do with it will separate you from putting up with Carl's bullshit. You won't have to go and work at that asshole anymore. But you have to submit to the time to getting good at reading it, not over leveraging, but one contract, one of them traded 3 instances over a week. You get two trades, one trade. See what I did there? Approach it back to just one trade, one good trade a week. And it could be just inside that opening range gap. And you don't need to know where the draw on liquidity is right now. You have something that can feed you, put some grocery money in your pocket, pay your mortgage note, or half of it, or a portion of it. And that little tiny victory, that little tiny footing, that sure footing underneath your feet will give you the confidence and to remind you, you know what? I made the right decision doing this. Something pushed me into this pathway. It didn't happen by circumstance. It didn't happen because of, just, luck. You were placed in my path for a reason. We came together for some cosmic reason. Okay. And all you need to do is give yourself the opportunity to taste it one time, following the rules. And when you do that, you'll have every bit of the confidence to lean. One instance where it happened in your hands, the bug will have bitten you. You will have been infected with it. You're ICT positive now. You're infected. And you'll go in looking for these types of things, these smart money signatures, and it'll encourage you because you've tasted it. You've seen it happen in your own hands. And it'll give you confidence to go in and keep doing more and more and more. And as you find more opportunities where you follow the rules and it pans out in your favor, it rewards you for following the rules. It does not punish you for being patient. It rewards you for being patient. It rewards you for being diligent and selective and in looking for this weak-handed arm wrestling match against ill-informed people that pretend that level 2 data gives them some kind of advantage, that pretends that volume profile has some measure of importance over price. It has no importance over price. It's only showing you what's already happened. It's not telling you where it's going to go. But understanding how looking at less informed traders and how they think about the market, how they internalize what price is likely to do. And when they get sentiment driven, a gap opening higher, the public's going to eat that up and think it's bullish. And when they start to run it up a little bit higher, you're going to smile and you're going to say, I'm not buying that. That's the Judas swing. Because inside that opening range, that first 30 minutes, a Judas swing is going to form. And the gap is telling you right away where the initial draw is going to be. A gap higher, okay, you're looking for mid gap. Is there a range in there for 25 to 30 handles? You have a shoe in easy lead pipe cinch trade. All you got to do is wait for it to come down below a buy sign, balance, sell sign deficiency. If it's gap up higher, once it breaks below that, look for that gap to act as an inversion fair value gap. That's all I did Friday. That's all that was. That was not me painting a fair value gap to go long in. When the whole time of that morning I was saying I would not be buying this. I would not be buying this. I would not be buying. I told you, even if it ran up to primary buy side, I would not be in that long. Why? Because I taught you the opening range is going to be like a black hole, a vacuum that's going to pull price down into its midpoint. And how it trades to that midpoint in terms of the speed, how fast it gets there, and what does it do as soon as it hits it? Does it pierce right through it? Or does it repel back up? Or does it trade down through it and come back up and treat it as resistance, as a premium array, and then sell off even more and go for 3/4 gap closure? So we're not fooled by these assholes on social media anymore. They want to take things out of context because you have documented facts being shown to you in live stream. I'm not ambiguous. I'm telling you what I want to see, what I'd prefer to see, and where the actual PD rates are talking, where they're saying this is what's likely to do. And if you can't see that, you're lost. You're lost and you're untrainable. You're unteachable. I can't do anything for you. But nobody should be able to listen to someone's opinion and not at least watch the live streams, because that's undeniable factual proof that this is something that you can do. The concepts work. I can see it doing it. I can outline it. And you watched me push the buttons this week, buying and selling with the one contract with would be, oh, let's say it's hypothetical $10,000 account, over $3,800. That's 38% in one day, in one session, in 1 hour. 38%. And some of you people come up to me, I made 4%. I made 2.5%. I'm out trading you. You have no idea what you're talking about. Like, that's silly. That's fucking silly. I have students that could literally whip the shit off of anybody out there that talks the loudest that is opposing to my content. I got students. I don't even need to do anything. I say, okay, just try to do better than her right now. Try to do better than him right now. Can you do what they're doing? Because they're doing it right now and they're running circles around you. Again, they're romancing the uncertainty. They need people to support them. They need people to look up to them because they don't have any confidence in what they're doing. They have to have it externally. And I was like that when I was 20. I was absolutely like that. And I'm trying to remind you all, especially you young men, don't do that. You don't need that. You're going to learn how to do this so well that it's fun when you're walking around in the grocery aisles, you're walking through the stores, and these people are looking at you and you're looking at them. You're thinking, they got to go to work tomorrow. They're probably struggling and worrying about how they're going to get their mortgage paid. They're probably worrying about how they're going to get that child, these two babies they're pushing around their stroller. They're probably wondering how they're going to get a college fund put together to pay for them to go through college. They're worrying about things that you're not going to be worrying about. That's a blessing. That's an enriched life. That's a blessed life. You don't need somebody, if you're living like that, you don't need anybody else to pat you on the back that you're doing well. You already know you're doing well. Your life is a testimony to that. And how you think, new money needs assurance and assurity given to them from external sources. New money always does that. New money always looks for instant gratification and the acceptance of other people. Anybody that makes money for the first time, whether trading, win the lottery, they get a good paying job or whatnot, they immediately want to expose themselves to stimuli outside themselves because they want a third party validation, because they can't even believe where they're at either. Like, they can't believe it. It happened so unexpected. They think that it's going to be stripped from them any moment. So that's why you see social media cultivate that mindset. In trading, it's the most toxic thing you can do, because what you're doing is you're teaching yourself to believe that that's what matters most. Other people's perspective and opinions about you and what you think you can do is the only thing that really matters. What other people think that you're worth or what you're able to do is useless. It's useless information. It's wasteful energy. But unfortunately, young men will take on the greatest to ever do it. I'm a king. Come on now. Stop. Anybody's opinion of you, whether it be high or low, has no direct bearing on your performance as a trader unless you allow it. Don't romance these little relationships that are laid in front of you where people can worship you or troll you. Don't even give it any energy. Don't give it any energy, because if you spend time in the market and you're looking for your setups, are you thinking about Carl before you put your trade on? Are you thinking about that person that you just can't wait to rub their fucking nose in it? You can't wait till this ends so that way you can say, hey, remember when you told me this, and this? Chances are, if you're taking that trade and you're thinking like that, you're not following your model. You're trading impulsively, like a retail trader would. You're doing something external to the model. You're looking for a reward, an emotional or psychological reward on the other side of that trade, which means that you're most likely not going to see what? When the market stops telling you it's going to continue what you're hoping it's going to deliver to. You won't recognize when you're finally offside because you're holding on to some kind of external proof that you want to give to somebody else, instead of saying, this is my model. I'm waiting for it to be in low resistance liquidity run conditions. It's the right time of day. There's manipulation. I'm trading against that manipulation. I'm now trading against what retail would see, and it's the right time to do it. So everything's obvious. It's going to draw to this liquidity. I'm on side. And then when you get the trade on, you're just constantly monitoring everything being equal. You're not looking for some external thing to pony and showcase to somebody. You're following your model because you know following your model is going to yield you positive results. And you're not counting your money before you get it. You're not looking for any reason to run away from your trade because you're uncomfortable. You're submitting to it. Retail romances the uncertainty. They trade this larger position that they really can't afford to take as a losing trade if it's wrong. But they believe, what happens if I'm right? It's like winning the lottery. You are trained to not think that way. You're thinking, how can I manage the risk to such a degree that it's the smallest and I can hold on to the maximum terminus target and then let the compounding effect of pyramiding new positions while never really increasing the underlying risk. That is a professional mindset. We don't romance the uncertainty. We embrace the uncertainty. We don't have any control over the market once we enter our trades. But retail is going to hope and pray. They have hope and pray model. Hope and pray model is not a model that is consistent, not in terms of profitability, but it is a model that's it's consistently delivering losing traders, blown out, blown accounts, lost funded accounts, failed combines. Hope and pray model is not something you want to be doing. So we look at things from a time and price aspect where we can say, okay, this is what is reasonable. And we have tools in our repertoire that help us determine whether there's an edge, whether there is a bias, where the market should draw, when the market has created a jaggedness to it. On the downside, sell side's been delivered, and it's been done with multiple passes lower, and they have smooth relative equal highs just above us. That's not complicated. We're not looking for harmonic patterns. We're not looking for continuation patterns. We're not following the trend is your friend horseshit. We're looking for where are the orders that's going to be consumed next. We've already disrupted the market to the downside. We've done that with a lower gap opening. So we have a discount opening gap. We're still inside the first 30 minutes. And there's relative equal highs that are still above half of the opening range gap. So that means we have something we can trade long because the gap is indicating that first 30 minutes bias is bullish. And when it trades the half the gap, then we have to see, does it want to go higher? If it wants to go higher, then we can trust it's going to go where? To the relative equal highs, because it's already done the damage by making things jagged to the downside, and it's going to want to reach for opposing liquidity. That's not a complicated thing. That's not religion. That's simply looking at, okay, yeah, the market's done enough to try to entice people going lower. Every little short-term low has been taken, and that means that they have engineered sell-side liquidity so that way they can buy it at a cheap price. They're not going to buy it at a cheap price and not wait till it goes higher to sell it at a high price. And that's what smart money does. It engineers liquidity. They buy that liquidity if it's below lows, and they hold it until it goes above old highs. That's it, folks. That's all it is. That's all this is. It's the game of hot potato. Remember as a kid? Is these little games you used to play? Red light, green light, mother may I, all these types of things. Well, it's like, here's the hot potato. You hold it, and then you got to pass it to somebody else. That's what's going on all day long. And that's why I called that little drill, that exercise, volatility pinball, because you're constantly banging around, taking the buy stops, taking the sell stops, buying here, buying there, selling here, selling there, looking for inefficiencies, the fair value gap, use as your entry mechanism, find a reasonable stop loss, and where's the next draw to go to. And it trains your eye to see it that way. And then when you start trading with a 5-minute chart like that, and then you start trading a 15-minute chart like that, then you start trading a 1-hour chart like that, then a daily chart, and then you look at the market like that through the lens of a weekly and monthly chart. You have an ability to look at time over any given time frame and use the same logic. And then if you can start doing that with a weekly chart, you can see where the market's likely to go to for weeks, not just right now, present week, or the week that you're trading in, or the week to come. Like right now, we don't have the market open. It's Saturday. So applying what you're doing and practicing with that volatility pinball drill, desensitizing yourself to entries, if you start looking for that same idea on a weekly chart, you can see, oh, the market's most likely going to draw down to this old low here. Does that mean it's going to happen in 1 week? No. It just gives you a long-term or intermediate-term draw on liquidity. So that way you might be a buyer or seller throughout the week, but you can anticipate that your larger short positions with the most leverage will be placed on shorts, aiming for that weekly draw on liquidity that may be beyond the scope of this present week's delivery. It might only go down a couple hundred handles this week, but you're looking for it to trade down 1,200 handles. So it keeps you in check and telling you, don't try to look for the long that it calls the bottom. Focus primarily on looking for environments where the 15-minute to hourly chart runs above relative equal highs or an old high, and you're going to anticipate that, setting the next leg for a price lower, delivering to that weekly draw that is going to be way beyond what you think is going to happen just in 1 week. So that's embracing the uncertainty. These are things that are likely to occur, but you're not lying to yourself and saying it can only happen in my hands favorably and not unfavorably. Retail likes to lie to themselves, and they attribute all their success to things that are outside or external to why price is going to go up and down. And that's why they get emotional. That's why they show outbursts on social media, either in tweets and YouTube videos and live streams if they're doing it live. They get real emotional. They get real volatile, or they get real quiet and are angry, or you can hear their breathing, or they'll quickly have to dismiss themselves. Okay, I think I need to take a break now. And they're done. That's not somebody that's in control of themselves. That's not somebody that has a model that they have seen and trust and they believe in. They have something that they're just using as an excuse to get in. Some catalyst that caused them to do something. Just like that girl at the end of the bar. When you're married and you're out there hanging with your boys, you're not going to do anything wrong, but you've been drinking a little too much. And she's giving you that eye, that look. And you're thinking, man, I probably could. And she's thinking, I probably could take more of his money tonight. Then you're going to go down and you're going to talk to her. And you didn't go there for that reason. But now, circumstances as they are, you now found yourself in a situation where you're trading like retail and you're about to get margin called. You're inebriated. You don't see the risks. You don't understand it. But retail looks for those types of instances where, yeah, let's find out what happens if I do that. And if I'm right, I will say that it's because my model is good, because I have this indicator, I have this thing, I use the school of logic of Wyckoff, I use this Elliott wave, I use something else, point and figure, whatever. And none of that stuff causes markets to go up or down. And that's why they have to constantly go back into social media to find encouragement. Because deep down inside, especially now, because I've been out here preaching against all that stuff, they know that stuff doesn't work, but they don't know how to do what you're doing. They're only stuck in what they have and their religion. And they are in a cult. You're not in a cult. They are. They're believing things that are not true. They're worshiping people that are not in any position to be worshiped. They're following logic that's flawed. And they're in constant seeking of outside admonishment, encouragement. My community, my traders, the folks that I've trained that now they have their own model, they are the one encouraging people. They're not seeking encouragement. Have you noticed that? I create leaders, okay? Alphas, the ones that want to be the lead dog, the ones that are ahead of the pack. If you're not in a position where you're trying to be lead dog, you have the same perspective all the time. The lead dog's ass is in your face. The scent never changes, the view never changes, and you're always following. I'm training and teaching you all to be alpha, all of you. You're all lead dog. You're not second in command. You're not, in the back of the pack. You're all being trained to see things that way. And what does an alpha do? It leads. It has authority. It has position. It has the best perspective, and everybody else is subordinate to it. That's what you see in my community. My students that trade well, they're out there, they're doing it, and they're not seeking encouragement by anybody else. They are encouraging and showing as a shining example. This is what you can do too. Think about that. Consider who's influencing you. Consider who is holding you back. First and foremost, it's you. It's you. You're always the blame. Always. I was always the blame in the beginning, but I didn't want to see it that way. But when you finally break that cycle of encouraging future failures because you don't want to follow rules, when you break that cycle and say, okay, I'm going to be diligent and I'm going to follow the rules, it's going to be uncomfortable. It's going to be very hard for me to be strict with, I have to watch these videos and I have to take notes. And then I have to go into my own charts. I have to look for these things, not just look at his video. I've watched all your videos, ICT, and I'm still struggling. Right. I'm not surprised because watching my videos doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. What do you do with the information that you watch? What do you do with the exercises and the things I tell you to practice and go in the charts and look for? Are you doing those things? Are you journaling? Are you back testing? Are you collecting data that shows these things occurring in the past and you're studying them, staring at the examples and seeing how much time it took for those price runs to deliver to the profitability and terminus, and how often did it return back and show a stop out? Measuring how much all that information collectively over not just one sample set, but for weeks and months, as long as you can collect the data and then make that a practice every single day. Every single day, you should be going into your charts, not going on social media and carousing and palling around and comparing notes and high-fiving each other and stroking each other off. You should be in there in your own charts, keeping your nose to the grind and building statistical probabilities that what you're studying, you've seen happen many times. You're not entertaining these other people out there that want to have an opinion about what you're learning, about me, about how good they are. No matter how much I make or don't make, however much anybody else makes or doesn't make, is not making you any fucking money. It's not making you a better trader. It's not going to help you lose less. It's a distraction. It's a monetized attempt to get your attention. That's what social media is. I'm talking to you right now in a medium that I'm not getting paid for on a weekend day, when I could do this in my own YouTube channel. I could talk like this into a video. I could sit there and let you look at me like you were watching me in the Corbs interview. And I could do these every single week. And I could be monetizing them. I'm not interested in being monetized on everything. But if I'm going to do a lecture and it's my stuff, I'm going to put it up there where if I've made the time to take the video and put it together, YouTube's going to make money off of it, whether I monetize my channel or not. So I'm going to take 60% of the income. Thank you. I've earned it. It's my shit. But here, I'm doing it for free. And I already know that dozens of you are going to take it and put it on your YouTube channel. And I've already given you my blessing. I don't care. Do what you got to do. Get your grocery money. It's not an insult. It's not a jab against you. Whatever, you're doing the community a service. But I'm teaching you on how to think. That's what Twitter Spaces really are. That's the psychological aspects, the things that you need to use to recalibrate yourself or establish an initial calibration on how you're supposed to think about yourself, how to correct these internal problems that all of us have, and how to avoid falling into the traps of social media, character worshiping, influencer worshiping, never worshiping me, never holding me to a high standard of, I'm a goat, I'm a king. No, I'm just like you. I put pants on, I take my pants off the same way. I sleep, I eat, I get sick, I get sad, I cry, If my feelings are hurt and I lose somebody in my family, I have all those emotions that you feel. And in the beginning, I cried and I sobbed because I couldn't figure out how to do this. At 20 years old, I didn't have somebody encouraging me like this. I didn't have that. In fact, my uncle switched up on me, spent most of my teenage years convincing me that I should do this. And then when I started doing it and I started making money, he was offended by it. And he never encouraged me. He never said, "Man, that was amazing," or I was awesome. How'd you do that? Can you show me how you did that?" No, he didn't want that. So I didn't have what you have. You have a support structure. You have a community of like-minded people in our community that encourage one another. And they're all trying to see you be better. And I'm not talking about the people that are selling my shit. The people that have a mentorship that has my stuff in it, you should not be paying them. And I don't care if it pisses you off. I don't care if it pisses you off. You can create side puppet accounts and say, "Oh, well, but you didn't do this, but you didn't do that, but you didn't do this." I'm out here creating. I'm creating. I've already done. You got to do. I've already said before, if I never do anything else, I'm done. I'm set for life. You aren't. You still have to do those things. You still have to keep making money. I don't. And here I am still teaching. Here I am still investing in all of your lives because I know what's coming. You don't. And if you can't be in a better position monetarily, psychologically, and emotionally, it's going to break you. And that means if you have children, they're going to suffer. I'm looking out for yours better and more than you are because you're completely distracted by everything else in the world. You have a job that you have to maintain. I don't. You're worried about losing your job, worried about making more money. Hope you get a raise. I'm not worried about those things. So I have a very objective perspective on life and how the world's working. I'm not distracted by things. And in trading, if you don't do things the right way, you can be distracted by the necessity that you think that you must have profitability every single time. You need to have an everyday model or you're not a trader. That's bullshit. That's a lie. You've told yourself that lie because you've heard someone else say it. And that person that said it, you're being influenced by people that don't give a rat's ass about you. They're just monetizing your attention. I'm talking to you right now and I'm not making dick from it. Nothing. Other people are making money off of what I'm saying today. You're never going to see someone work as hard as I am at making you better. It ain't going to happen, folks. Everybody else is out there trying to figure out how they can monetize your attention because they need to make the money. They want to buy their Lamborghini. They want to be able to rent these villas. They want to be able to floss in front of you and say, "Look how great I am as a trader." And it's none of that shit coming from their profitable trades because they have no profitable trades. They have market replay marketing is what they have. And the things they say and the things that come out of their fucking mouth is nonsense. It edifies them through ego and pomp. It is not edifying you. It's not increasing your ability to manage yourself, which is essential. It's important to have those things. But in the beginning, you don't think that's necessary. You think it's all about show me how to get into a trade. How can I put a very small stop loss on and not get stopped out? How can I do that every day? And you wonder why all these jokers that can sell mentorships learn this in 5 minutes, how to have 100% strike rate. That's bullshit. But suckers will buy into that all the time. Why? Because right now everything's painful. It's scary because things are so expensive. And it's going to be more expensive in 2025 and 2026 and 2027. No matter who gets in that office in the White House, we're going to have hard times. I'm not going to be immune to it. I'm going to spend more money than I'm used to spending, but the difference is I have more money to spend. You might not. You might see what happens here in the next 5 to 6 weeks, and it completely blows you out psychologically, and you can't focus because the stress is too high. And trading, you won't be able to focus on trading because you're worrying about external issues that are real tangible issues because you have a family to take care of. You have needs and ends to make meet. And you're going to tell yourself, I need, no, you don't. I have to, no, you don't. No, you don't. None of you have to trade ever. None of you need the next trade to be a winner. That's just you saying that. If you never found investing or trading, you wouldn't say things like that. But because you knew the opportunity is there and you see the influence of other people saying, look at my payout, look at my payout, look at my payout. They're doing that because they're signaling because they need attention. They need to remind themselves that it's like a pinch for them because they can't believe they just did that. They cannot believe they just pulled that off. And that's why they're sharing it online. Someone that is come to terms with themselves, they have confidence in themselves. They are not doing, here's how much money I made. Here's how much money. Look at me. Look over here. Hey, hey, you over there. I know you don't even trade, but stop for a second. Look what the fuck I just did. Look at that, bro. Come at me. Nobody cares that much. Nobody cares that much. But if someone will like that comment or retweet it or give you an attaboy, attagirl, whew, that means more than what you just made in money. That means more than what you earned in your trading. Tell me how that makes fucking sense. Some of you are sitting there laughing to yourself like, yeah, that's exactly what the hell's going on when I do it. I never thought about that either. Right. Because your shit's all twisted. Your perspective's all messed up. You're not in the market to impress people. You're not here to impress people. You're not in here to entertain people. You're not in here to measure up against somebody else. You got ends to meet. And when you're making bread on the constant, when you're in here making money, putting your nose to the grind, mind your own fucking business, making money, you don't give two shits what people think. You don't care because you've been doing it. It's an everyday thing. It's another fucking Tuesday to me. Okay. It's all it is. It's another fucking Tuesday, nothing different. It's a different paycheck, a different income increase. And I didn't have to do anything different. But you complicate the things emotionally and psychologically by inviting other people's opinion about what you did. And if you know what you're doing works, why are you posting what you made? Because you need that stimuli. You need that little soft hand touching the back of your hand saying, you know what, honey, you just did something real impressive. Any chance you and I get hooked up? Because I've been looking for a man like you, and you seem to have a mastery over money. And I need a daddy. I need a daddy in my life. That's what you want. That's what you young men want. You want that shit. When you should be out there looking for a woman that makes her own money, because that's sexy as fuck. Find a woman that can carve out six figures or higher in her own hands, and she turns to you and say, you know what, you're attracted to me. When you're making the same kind of bread or more, that is a match made in heaven. Because if one equity earner is greater than the other, and it's the female, little decade with less ability than a woman that can do it, that is a failed, doomed relationship. Women, take note of that. Men, fix your shit. So instead of looking for someone that's lesser than yourself so they can look at you and say, I need to stay with him. I'll do all his bidding because he makes a lot of money and I want to keep him because he's my daddy. That's not relationship security. That's a problem. You have a dependent. Fuck that. You want a strong partner. You want a financially strong partner that's not going to lean on you because they need you in codependency. You want them to encourage you and feel like, you know what? They're not here for what I have, but they're here to invest in what we have, what we can put together as a corporate entity, as a family element, a unit of unity, not taking something from somebody else in the relationship and saying, well, that's the way it works. He makes more money, so therefore he should. Fuck you. You don't owe that woman any more money because your relationship is together. And women, you don't have to support that deadbeat either. You might find them attractive. You might love him in other things. But if he's a deadbeat, that's not marriage material. That's not fucking marriage material. And these are all the same reoccurring things. I see students going through this all the time. You can make a lot of money as a trader and have a failed personal life. Hanging around with women that are gold digging motherfuckers, hanging around men that are gold digging motherfuckers. It goes both ways. When you should be looking for individuals that are strong, successful, independent minded, because if they choose to be with you and they recognize you as someone worth being with, it's a real testimony. It's not lying. It's not just saying, whatever you want to hear just to get something from you, because they have their own bread. If they're making bread and you can get with them and they find equality in you in terms of seeing you as something worth being with, man, that's a match made in heaven. That means the real affection, the real draw for one another being together, that's a real thing. And it's not external to money. And that is peace of mind being in a relationship like that. That is a very strong relationship. And you're there because you want to be there. And they're in it because they want to be in it. You'll have no second guessing about why they're with you. Young men, they have a lot of money, they spend them on the women. And there's a certain type of woman out there that'll just be around you. You're ugly as a fucking toe. But guess what? She's hanging on your arm because you're spending money on her. You're giving her something to do and you're funding it. And it makes her feel like, wow, I got a wallet with two legs. And all I gotta do is entertain them for a little while. Who gives a shit? That's an opportunistic person. And it happens with men too. I have students that do very, very well that are female and they have been attracted to young men that look well. They go to the gym, they take care of themselves, but they don't make money. They're deadbeats. They have a job for a little while, they lose their job, and they chase after those types of relationships, just like a retail trader chases after flawed logic. Who's the fault? Who's the fault in that problem? The person that's trying to make something that's toxic good, calling it good. But I love them. No, you don't. You're obsessive. There's something wrong with you that you view that person who is not good for you, it's toxic, just like that bad trading methodology, the things that you think causes markets to go up and down. You subscribe your opinion to it and you place emphasis on things that have no bearing on your outcome being successful as a relationship or the outcome being successful as a trader. You're the root cause of the problem. You have bad decision-making skills. You're enablers. You enable these things to happen to yourself, but you don't recognize it. So you could be making lots of money. And I've created wonderfully profitable students, but their lives personally are fucking train wrecks. And some of them listening are cringing at that because you're afraid I'm going to mention your name. I would never say your name. But it's on both sides of the spectrum. I've had students that came up in my mentorships, married couples. They went in with the idea, we're going to learn how to do this and we're going to make our family stronger. We're going to teach our kids this and yada, yada, yada. Wonderful. And one of them starts doing really well. And generally, it's the man. And that good relationship that they felt they were strongly knitted together about this bringing children into the relationship. Now, all of a sudden, this young man is now making $100,000 a month. Spendable money, not demo. And he says, I got to go. I don't want to be in this anymore. And he's out chasing tail, living stupid. And I'm consoling the woman in the relationship. And that stole her joy. That stole her passion for wanting to do it as a family element. She doesn't want to do it anymore, and she can't bring herself to do it anymore. She can't study anymore because the only thing she can think of is how this man has stole her dream, ripped her heart out of her chest, and she no longer wants to see the market or trading as a vehicle for her success or happiness. She sees it as now it's the reason why she's unhappy. What's wrong with that situation? She's allowing a little dick energy boy, not a man. He's a fucking boy, and he's my student, and he knows exactly who the fuck I'm talking to. I don't give a fuck. You are a piece of shit. You're a worthless fucking piece of shit. You're never going to find happiness doing what you're doing. And what you're going to end up hooking up with, you're going to get with one that's craftier than you. And they're going to hook you up for an 18-year plan. And you may not be with them, but you're going to be forced to pay for a child that's going to be raised by somebody else. And you're going to have to fund that because you're doing things stupid. And young lady, if you were like that, you found yourself in that situation, similar things like that, or you're in an abusive relationship and you're looking for this to get you out of it, I'm praying for you. I believe that you'll be able to do it. But what happens if it's already happened to you and you've lost this passion to not want to do it anymore because you went into it as a partnership and your partner left you? And now you're left with grief. You're left with this uncertainty of what your future is going to be because you have based your future around this person being part of it. It was 50% of that family element, that unit that you were forging together. Well, first of all, you have to give them permission to have made that bad decision on their own. And it has nothing to do with you. They have control over their decision making. You don't. And if they made the decision to leave, then they left. You can't make them come back. And why would you want them back? It's a bad trade. Let the stop out happen. It stopped out for a reason. They did you the biggest favor in the world because what they showed you was a lie. And you're worth more than that. You're worth better than that. So return your focus back to yourself. It's not selfishness. Build yourself up. Build yourself up and focus on the things that you're going to find as strengths. And then what will happen is you will become better equipped to look at that and say, you know what? I know that I didn't cause that man or that woman to make the decision to leave. They are weak and they're going to work on myself because I know there's someone that's in offing some in the future that I'm going to meet. And I'm going to be in a better position psychologically, emotionally, and financially where I won't need anybody. I don't need to be with anyone financially. And when they find worth and value in me, and I find worth and value in them, I will have another opportunity to form something that's strong, it's unique, that is wholesome. And my mental health, my emotional health, my financial well-being will not be in jeopardy because I've made a poor decision rushing into some kind of relationship because I need some companionship. Companionship is not love. It's not trusting your partner. It's not being in a stable environment. And you probably never considered all these things. But that's the reality of what happens when people start making money or they make a decision to go in here and start doing it. And one of the partners in that relationship find success and they start thinking, wow, I can get more attention, more sex from another person or more people. And I'm not stuck with this one person who they accepted as this is my life partner right now while I'm able to do week to week living. But now they can make a lot of money. They don't see that person as valuable anymore. But that means they never loved you. That means they never loved you. So don't waste any more emotion. Don't waste any more time, energy, worrying about what they did. Let them go. Let them go. Wish them well and start start fresh. Living in that regret is like holding on to regret and drawdown and saying, I'm never going to be able to be a better trader because I lost money or I blew an account or I lost my combine or I failed a combine. How you think about these things is going to weigh heavily on what you do in the future. And because you're doing things that are speculative, that has a monetary reward or punishment if it's incorrect, doesn't it mean that you should be guarding your mind, staying out of social media bullshit, staying out of toxic relationships, staying out of bars on the weekend and clubs, meeting people that genuinely are not favorable for you? When you're going to these things on the weekend and you're spending what you work so hard for all week long, there's no guarantee that person you're trying to pay drinks for is going to be your spouse. And some of you don't care. I don't want a spouse. I just want a hookup. Well, what happens if you get more than a hookup? You have a problem. And ladies, you know what you do. You go to the bars and all you have to do is flirt and you can drink for free all night. That's not right either. You should learn how to make your own money and go there. If you want to drink, pay your own bill. And if you're smart, financially literate, you can have all that shit as a write-off. But financial literacy is something that most people never find an interest in being well equipped. It's all that image. It's all about living in the moment right now. You can't take it with you. Yeah, but you got to have class while you have it here. Otherwise, it's separated from you quickly. A fool and his money is soon separated. In trading, it's the same. And you should not be romancing the uncertainty. You never know how long you're going to have it. So you might as well enjoy it and splurge and spend and do dumb shit with your money. That's stupidity. That's dumb. And I'm hoping now that my son Caleb has passed his top step combine, he's he did a $50,000 combine. So now he told me he paid for the activation of it. So hopefully he'll do well going forward. I told him, I said, your goal is to trade one contract, just one contract, and you're trying to do 50% up to 100% of what your gross income is. You're not trying to make more than that. You're not trying to roll the account up. All you're trying to do is prove to yourself doing the very little that is required to replicate what you're earning over 50 plus hours a week. He commutes out of our state to go to his job. And then at the end of the week, he has rotating days. He never has static days off. That's uncomfortable. As his dad, that's uncomfortable. So it took him being in this situation to want to do this. It wasn't enough for him to watch me be successful with it, make other people successful with it, growing up in it. He wasn't inspired by that. So I make my children work and I allow them to make decisions where they feel the pain of that. And now he has the unique perspective of what I do forward from here changes for better or keeps it as it is. And he should not be taking crazy risks. He should not be trying to trade more than what's required. He's going to be operating in those first few hours of the day. By 11 o'clock, he's done. And he's focusing on the things I'm teaching in this 2024 mentorship. He's not trying to reinvent the wheel. He's not trying to trade the PM session. He's not trying to trade the London session. He's not trying to trade the Asian session. He's trying simply to trade inside of a small little window of time. Looking for a very simple procedure. Where is that first presented fair value gap? Where is a clustering of new day and or new week opening gaps? And do they converge around an old high or an old low that matches the opening range bias based on that gap? That is not ambiguous. That is absolutely specific. And all he's doing is simply waiting for these ingredients to come together so that way his recipe for blue ribbon living, doubling his income, keeping his job until he earns enough money that he has 2 years, 2 years of what he earns in cash. Then he needs about $50,000 in funding, and he'll trade that through a broker. Now, his plan is, this is what we sat down with, he's using Top Step. He has no interest in going into a live account for them. So he's trying to get to $10,000. When he makes $10,000, he's cashing out. He's taking that $10,000 and he's putting it in a real brokerage. Then he's going to trade that account up to what I just described. He's not rushing. He's not trying to go crazy pyramiding. He's just constantly just building it, and building it. After 2 months, I would like for him to go from trying to just get to $1,000 a week, which is what he grosses at his job. He actually grosses just below 1,000. It doesn't even really make $1,000, but it's like $980 some dollars, $990, something like that. That's what he earns. That's not a lot of money, but the good side, the upside is he doesn't need to do much to make that same amount of money trading. Now, for some of you, you think, wow, $1,000 a week. If I could do that, I would be successful, because you're never making profitable, consistent weeks, are you? You might make a money here, might make a little bit of money there. Maybe you had a payout or two, but you end up blowing the accounts when you get back in there and try to do it again. You'll pass combines easily. I can pass a combine in 2 days, man. And when you get the funding account, what do? You shit the bed. Why? Because you're in a rush to make money, more money than you need right now. Who said you have to make $10,000 this month? Who said you have to make $5,000? Who says you have to make $1,200 today in this trade? You did. Nobody gave you that idea. You did. So I'm giving Caleb the goal. I'm giving Caleb the expectation to just simply take the trades that's given to you. Don't think about how much money you have to make that day, because you don't know what that framework's going to yield to you. Every trade is going to have a potential to make different amounts of money and different risks involved. So you have to just submit yourself to whatever the market is giving you that day based on the framework, that first fair value gap. Are we gapping opening higher? Okay, great. If the gap opening higher is occurring, that means your 30-minute bias inside the opening range is bearish. And you're going to try to use that first presented fair value gap as something to go short in. Is that hard? Is that logic that's complicated or complex? Nope. Mm-mm. And then I'm going to teach him to focus on a new week opening gap or new day opening gap clustering where there's several of them, and below an old low or relative equal lows. And that's his terminus. That's where it's going to draw to. That's not ambiguous. That's not something that's constantly evolving and changing. It's never ascertainable and never be able to see it in the charts. It's not hidden from him. It's not hidden from you now. That's his model. And you've been watching all the individual components deliver every single day in live stream. He has to be able to do that in his own hands. Now, he's going to have some problems. He's going to lose. He's going to take some losses and whatnot. And it's good for him to have that. I could sit there and tell him over his shoulder right now and say, push the button now, put your stop here, take your target there. I could do that. I could tell him, this is what you do, and we can run the account up to $20,000 in the first week. And it'd be no problem at all. Easy, easy, easy. But that's not teaching him. I need him to feel the weight of driving back and forth to that job, having those rotating days off, because that's the motivator. That's what got him to the party here. And if I remove that real quick, he's going to get comfortable. He's going to get lazy. I don't want that. I need him to be salty about where he works. He's thankful he has the job, but he does not like it. I don't like it for him. I can't wait for him to get better at what he's trying to do here. Because then once he has that under his belt, he'll never have a job again. He'll never think, I hope I get hired for this job. He'll never have that thought process. He'll be unemployable. He will not be someone that can be bought for exchange for time. And when someone has that, when they have that perspective on their own being, their self-worth, that is wonderful. Because no company could pay me enough to go to work for them. And that's how you should think about yourself. You're such a wonderful enterprise, such a high-end yielding income enterprise. You Incorporated. You're so fucking amazing. You're so well equipped and financially literate that you can go out there and carve your own existence out financially. You don't need to have a job. But you've been lied to since grade school that the American dream is to get a good education, get yourself a good job, buy yourself a 30-year mortgage, and you're happy. That is not what it is. Happiness is being your own person, a free person, someone that's not tethered to someone else like a slave master and says, you must perform this or you're worth nothing to me. You're useless to me unless you come to work on time. And when I call you to work, you better fucking show up. If you don't show up on time, I'm going to punish you. I'm going to dock you. I'm going to reprimand you. That's a slave master. There's no other way around that. That's exactly what that is. You are a slave. You are a slave. You're all on the same plantation. And I was on the plantation too. But I broke and ran. Every time that hammer came down and I'm doing the master's labor, selling my time for far too little money, giving up time with my own kids that I can't get back. Every other instance, I'd hit the hammer at work and then I'd hit the hammer on that chain. And over time, I weakened that chain. And when it came time for me to run and I had the opportunity to break away from that shit, I did. And I never fucking looked back. I never looked back. And I didn't give a fuck how anybody thought of how I did it. I didn't care. I had to get off that plantation. I had to get out of there. I couldn't do it anymore. And that's why I make my kids work, because they have to have that. When they get that in their system, they can't stand it, that they're being prostituted for far too little money, being controlled and told, you must do this or you're worthless to me. Bitch, you're useless to me as an employer. You ain't paying me enough to be here. I don't care about you. I don't care about your company. I don't give a fuck about Carl. And you ain't my future. I got to go. We're divorcing right now. Goodbye. See ya. And run down the road. Chase and pursue that future. That future that's yours. How many years have you fucking wasted at the jobs you're at right now? Think about that. Think about it. Who kept you there? The employer didn't. They're not keeping you there. You're making the decision to get up and go to work there every day you're scheduled. You're doing that. And you need to change your perspective about that, because that is a vampire sucking the life out of you. It's stealing joy. It's stealing opportunity. It's stealing freedom. It's stealing success. It's holding you back. So it's far time right now for you to start thinking about what you're going to do to separate yourself from that, when it's advantageous for you to do that. And the uncomfortable state of being while you're there, let it fuel you. Let that be the catalyst that keeps you going. That's the wind in your sails. That's the steam in your engine that says, it's going to be hard. It's going to take longer than I want it to. But guess what? When I finally leave, when I walk up to fucking Carl and I tell him, you look here, you little motherfucker, you're a company man and good for you, but you can go fuck right off. I'm out of here. See ya. I told you this day was coming. Kiss my ass. Goodbye. And leave him as a company man that he is. You're not a company man. You're not a company woman. You are a corporate man, a corporate woman of You Incorporated. You're the corporate. You're the business. And you need to start minding your business like you give a fuck about it. You need to be building up You Incorporated and stop worrying about so much of what your bosses and corporations making. Because you can put out more effort, but they're never going to compensate you for that increased effort, because they own you. In trading, you need to think about what you're doing. Are you taking a stupid fucking risk right now? What was the catalyst that causes you to want to take that trade right now? You're pushing the button right now based on what kind of stimuli? Is it based on the model that you're trading? Or are you basing it on somebody that said something to you? Or you read something that made you feel uncomfortable and you want to be able to show them something? Are you trying to replace something you're experiencing in your personal life? Relationship breakup, health diminishing. Maybe you lost your job. Maybe they said you're redundant. You got to get out of here. Wonderful. That's a good thing, because now it's got fire on your ass. You better do something. What are you going to do? Start learning how to be financially literate. It doesn't take long to learn how to replace your job. It does take a long time for you to stop thinking stupid shit and repeating stupid shit and telling yourself eventually it's going to give you a different result. I did it as a young 20-year-old. I kept telling myself the things I was doing, I was going to break it. It wasn't going to break me. And the only thing it was doing was allowing me to manifest the very thing that I thought I was avoiding, which was losing and blowing accounts. And I would blow the accounts every single time. I would go in there, try a new method, try a new concept, tinker this, tinker that, take this away, change the settings, start another book, use a different author, different methodology, blend methodologies, put pieces of this one and put it in that one. And all that shit didn't work. And I'm convinced, folks, listen to this one. Ready? I'm convinced if someone external from my own person, me, the creator of Smart Money Concepts, if I saw someone else like me and I was exposed to this content at 20, before I recognized my own character flaws, before I recognized all the shit that I was doing wrong and how I thought, I would have still blown my accounts using what I'm teaching you today because my mind was wrong. My perspective on life, on money making, and about my own abilities and why I didn't deserve it. Because back then, I didn't think I deserved it. Deep down inside, I did not believe I deserved it. Something was broken inside of me. I came from very low income family. I came from people that did not encourage one another in my family. And I was in abusive relationships as a child, left in dangerous situations. So I had trust issues. I had uh, every possible thing that could have happened to a child. That was what I was exposed to. So I had a very twisted perspective on everything. So I had to fix a lot of that stuff, and it wasn't an immediate fix. So even though that I know today that my concepts, my approach to reading and trading the marketplace is the highest superior form of speculation and market analysis, there's nothing higher than this because this gets right to the market, right to the tick, why it should, why it shouldn't, when it will, when it won't. No other methodology does that type of stuff. It gives you the nuts and the bolts as to why it will, why it won't, and times it. It literally spits in the face. Everybody says you cannot time the market. You're out of your fucking mind. We do it all the time. No pun intended. But even knowing what I have now as its final form, if it was given to me at 20 years old when I first started, I would have lost money using it because I didn't have the right mindset about what I was doing. I was rushing to get out of the job side and I was just using it as a lottery. If I could just make $5,000 a month, I'm quitting. And I would have quit my job with the first $5,000 that made. And then I'd be fucking scared to death because I have to now trade. When I first learned how to trade, I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know how to time the market. I didn't know what I was looking for a setup. It was just chasing price. But when you quit your job and you don't have any money, you're not funded from your personal life, that has to be assured. You got to give yourself 24 months of living expenses, not affluent living expenses. You have to have 24 months of making your ends meet. That means you don't have to put a trade on every day. And you have to have at least 50 grand as capital. And you can disagree with that all you want. But those that ask me, that's what I tell you. Minimum 50 grand, ideally 100 grand. 2 years in the bank, yielding interest, because you're not gonna want to dip into it, but you have it in case you do. And then you have your well-funded trading account. And if you aim for 1.5% per week, $1,500 is $1,500. It may not meet your present needs right now, but most of you probably don't even make that right now. Most of you probably don't even make $1,000 a week. And those that are in other countries don't even make $1,000 a month. So when you see the potential of using these concepts, where you're at geographically in third world nations, you would be considered affluent, making $50,000 a year. But you're trying to make $50,000 in a month because you see these people that are using 20 accounts and they're parlaying it up. But I promise you, they're scared shitless. They're stressed out. They're thinking about that shit before they go to bed, and they're thinking about it before they wake up. That's not what trading's supposed to be. That's gambling. And you Incorporated is not a casino. And many of you are treating your trading like casino, where you're just placing bets and hoping for the best. And worst case scenario, I just got to pay for resets. What the fuck is that? That's asinine. How about have one account? Have one account where you only got to worry about that one account. Grow it modestly, modularly, soundly. Build the experience without having greed attributed to it, because when you don't know how to trade well and you compound it by having 10, 15, 20 accounts, and then add to it even more that you're trading with other prop firms in addition to that, you're trying to get the maximum. If a trader's really, really well versed in trading and they have that much quote unquote capital, there should be no reason why they should be shut out of their account. Like I've had students already have happened to them. They make too much money and the fund account companies say, all right, it's time to go. Okay, pay me out. Have a good life. See you later. They should be able to do that quickly. But you see them constantly rotating through resets. And the reason why they're doing that is because they're compounding the degree of difficulty with the inherent risks. Instead of just saying, I'm going to trade with one contract. I'm going to trade with one contract, and I'm going to focus on being excellent about my trading with one contract, and then get good at that. And then what you've done is you replaced any opportunity for greed or performance fear and anxiety, living up to expectations that the social media crowd would want of you. Everybody's got to be a multimillionaire payout now, or you're not the king of trading. You're not the GOAT of trading. Anybody, and even though you just recently saw somebody using my concepts do it, the aspects of over leveraging, anybody can do that. They can find themselves in a parlayed, over leveraged stream of trades where it just happened to yield out a very large payout. But can it be done again? Can it be replicated again? There's other prop firms out there. Can it be done again? Or one of those instances, once in a lifetime, everything fell in favor. The market was just moving so heavy-handedly, and then there you go. It just popped out like it's supposed to magically appear. I don't want my trading like that. You shouldn't want your trading like that. As much as it is nice to have $1 million, but $1 million is not that much money. You can spend $1 million real fast. In fact, I've spent $1.7 million just this year. Hello. Things cost. Things cost, and helping other people, they cost too. And when you have a skill set that can replace that whenever you want it to be there, you can just reach out and pluck it off the money tree. Sounds scammy, doesn't it sound scammy? That someone would tell you, hey, I'm gonna give you the seeds. Okay. But your job is to plant it in fertile ground, not sand. You have to go out there and find fertile ground. And that fertile ground is you. You're the fertile ground. But if you're stony ground or sand, good seeds are not going to take root in that. That means you're going to try to do something too fast without taking roots. You're going to not water it. That means you're not going to encourage yourself with your journal. You're not going to give it sunlight. That means you're not going to allow your positive reflections to encourage you when you feel like you're not doing enough, or if you have a setback, a little drought period when there ain't no rain, no water, and it's going to feel like your progress is drying up. So you got to go back and reflect on your journal when you did it right, and that encourages you. and you make it rain again with new progress. Those things are how you're supposed to go forward and nurture yourself. And if you're able to do that and you live your life like that, not just in trading, but in all aspects, victim to life's snares, you won't look at your temporary trials and tribulations and problems, flat tires, engines blowing up in the cars, car accidents, loss of job, illnesses, setbacks, things that you didn't foresee you had to spend money on, and you have to. That's happening in everybody's life. And just because you're a good trader doesn't mean you're exempt of that. Just because you believe in a God doesn't mean that God's going to make sure none of that stuff happens to you, because those things are given to you so that way you're encouraged and you have. I'm convinced that's the reason why my pathway through all this stuff was so hard, because I have a voice now. I can tell you that, yes, it's hard in the beginning. Yes, it's going to feel like you're never going to get there. Yes, no one's going to adequately support you or believe in you. They're not going to, but you have to. And there's a certain way of doing it correctly that I believe it could foster that right mindset and cultivate that mindset ongoing. But it's going to take a lot of effort for you to do it. And it's going to be easy for you to look for distractions, weekend living, chasing a significant other, thinking that you need that more than you need making money and trading. You're lonely. You've been by yourself and you want someone else in your life. And trading's interesting for a little while, but when the charts get closed, who are you nestling up with at nighttime? Who are you falling asleep in the arms of? Who are you waking up to and greeting with a smile? That's an ache for you. That's an absence and void that you're trying to fill. Maybe you're not equipped to be in that yet. And maybe this is just one catalyst that's going to propel you into a position where you're going to finally meet the right person that is best suited for you. But you wouldn't recognize them, or they wouldn't recognize your value and worth because you're not presently there. Everything happens on a timing that you can't recognize for being perfect timing until it happens. It goes along with the same thing when people ask, how long is it going to take for me to be profitable? I don't know. It happens differently for everyone. But it's directly related to how you think and how you study. What expectations are you placing on yourself? The ones that have very, very reasonable expectations, they're the ones that do the best in terms of timeline, the learning curve, the amount of time. But the ones that have really astronomical results in mind, that they think that they have to do some Olympic feat, they're the ones that many times are having still never met a, a, a string of profitability yet, because they're trying to do something external than other than finding a model that repeats in tape reading, not demo trading. And then when they find it in tape reading, then forward test it with a demo for months and be bored with that. Don't rush to the point where, oh yeah, I've done it 6 times the last 2 days. I'm bored with this. It's time for me to start trading with real money. No, you're not ready. When you feel like you have done enough of demo trading with your model and it's consistent, you know what you're doing, you're not surprised by what price is doing, and then you don't care ultimately about the money, but you're going to go into trading a account that yields payout money, something you can trade with a funded account, or if you're putting real money into an account. When you are bored with the demo trading, but you're going to go into it no matter what anybody else would tell you, you're going to do it, but you're only going to trade with one contract and you're going to stick with that, and you actually do that, not trade with more. If your mindset is like that, that is usually where I would agree, but I don't ever tell anybody when to trade with real money. But that would be where we would agree at that time that it's probably sometime at that moment or in the near future, you're probably going to want to transition to trading with real money. But you're going to know when that happens, because no one's going to tell you you're not going to. You've exhausted all the time and interest in doing it in demo only, and you're consistent with it. You're not impulsively pushing the button. You're not romancing the uncertainty. You're embracing that uncertainty. You have tools, you have protocols and things that you trust that deliver and you believe that while they're not perfect and that you're not going to be perfect, it yields a high degree of probability that is in your favor. So therefore, by repeating and following that same logic, it's reasonable to assume that as long as you don't put exorbitant risk on your trades, you could have a positive outcome. And over time, that positive outcome with one contract can be parlayed up into more contracts used, but the risk never increases percentage-wise. Settle in on 1.5% as a maximum risk. If you're really, really good, trade with a half a risk. I'm sorry, half a point of 1% risk when you're first starting with real money. But you're going to say, but I can't make a lot of money doing that. You're a fucking liar. You're a liar. Lots of money with that. You don't understand compound interest. Compound interest is a factor that does all the heavy lifting. You can start with 1/10 of 1%. Just starting and being consistent over time, the compounding effects of increasing as you make more, it's exponential. It literally starts going vertical the longer you keep doing the consistent application of what it is that you found profitability in. It doesn't matter how much you start with. It doesn't matter how much you risk in the beginning. If it's small risk, that small risk does more heavier lifting 6 months down the road, 1 year down the road. And inside of 18 months, any of you that have a consistent application of a model that you've framed out, and you're sticking to those models, and you're now learning when to avoid the market's going to be problematic, that in itself is a game changer. That's a game changer. Knowing when you're not going to most likely blow your account or hurt yourself in drawdown. When's it going to be harder for you to trade? Knowing that and sitting outside of the market and having no issues with that. No one's going to influence you to get in it, and you're not going to feel bad that the market maybe have moved even though you were outside of it. You can sleep at night with that. That's someone that's going to make a lot of fucking money. That's someone that's going to make so much fucking money, it's going to be crazy. But that's a very hard skill set to adopt. It's hard. That's a hard lesson for a teacher to communicate to a student, because they all want to go, get me into a trade. And until they blow accounts, they're not ready to learn these lessons of knowing when to sit still. And as long as you feel impulsive and you don't want to learn lessons like that, you see no value in that, I guarantee you're not profitable. And I guarantee you will not be profitable until you fix that. That was my underlying issue. That was mine. I thought every day I was going to be able to make a lot of money, and I would be right about what I was doing, being a perma bull, only buying, never shorting. And when the market says, no, I'm not going up, I'm trying to buy it. It's a 20-year-old, and it's saying, and I would think, okay, well, now it's at a level it really should go up from. And I was doing things wrong. In the beginning, in your early stages, your ignorance blinds you to the depths of your inabilities to see your own faults. It's impossible for us to recognize it. That's why you have to have a teacher. You have to have a mentor. You have to. Because left to your own devices, you're going to hurt yourself. And you don't realize doing things incorrectly for a long period of time, it creates extremely bad habits. And it'd be easy to assume that, oh, well, if someone tells you the right logic, it's easy to drop bad habits and just do the right thing and learn what the things that you're supposed to be doing. And I have mentorship groups that prove that that is not true. I mean, come on. It's a lot of things that you have to wrestle with. When you get accustomed to doing something, and for people that suffer from anxiety and depression, there are things that they're placing on themselves. When I was going through that, it was me that I put that on me. I chose to live with it every day until I learned skills that taught me how to put it down and leave it and walk away from it. I had myself in a prison cell with the door unlocked, the door open, and I said, I'm in jail and I can't get out of this. When I could have just simply walked out anytime I want. But I made my home in depression. I made my home in agoraphobia and anxiety, and just it defined who I was until I got tired of living like that. And I started looking at how I can empower myself. I focused on my strengths and I minimized my weaknesses. And I started doing things like self-talk, and I cheerleaded myself, and I brought myself out of mental illness to a position where lots of people around the world listen to me now. And they take a great deal of comfort knowing that I came from that, and I'm able to share a skill set with you live over market price that can yield you a change of lifestyle. And if I can accomplish that, you can. I'm giving you the recipe for it, and other people have used it and look at their results. Don't look at mine, look at yours. Because if you put the work in, you're going to see the evidence. You'll see the testimony. You'll see the proof that you can do it. So if you can do it, anybody else can do it. And I'm trying my best to encourage my son to make the right decision, because while let's just play devil's advocate, and I'm going to close the stream. Let's say my son goes out this week and he tries to do something, and say he does it and tries to impress me and do more than I have asked him to do, and say he loses this funded account. Would I be disappointed? Yes. Would I ridicule him? No. But I would be in his ass saying, what does it feel like right now? How does it feel right now? Knowing what you feel, what you felt, what you were doing right before you entered the trade, why you were entering that trade, what was the catalyst, what was the outcome you were expecting? And is that in spec with what you were supposed to be doing? Because if you can't recognize that as a problem, as a root cause, you're gonna repeat this same thing. It's gonna happen again. It's going to happen again unless you recognize that that is a problem. That's an error. That's an error that you're making. That's something that you're placing in the mix. You're adding an extra ingredient that's not part of the recipe. And what you're including is bullshit. And bullshit never makes anything taste better. So you need to take yourself back to the recipe. So if he listens, okay, if he listens, he should have by Friday, he should have $1,000 in equity. The very minimum, he should have $500. If either one of those scenarios or anything between occurs, I'm pleased and I'm proud. If he falls short of the $500 but makes a profit, I'm pleased, and I'm going to encourage him to stick to the model, because the model would yield what I just said. So we'll focus on what he didn't do to reach that. But I will still encourage the fact that he was able to find some kind of profitability. The interest in taking any money out is not there until $10,000. Unless he tells me he just wants a taste of it for real, if he wants to do a withdrawal, whatever. And it's his money, right? He can do whatever he wants to do. But I'm coaching him to aim for what he went into this for. He's using it as a stepping stone, or a pathway to not have me hand him $10,000 to put into a trading account. He wants to do it on his own steam. So if he carves out 10 grand with this, he's not going to be milking the Michael Patak's pockets. He's aiming for 10 grand. When he gets 10 grand, he's closing it. It's done. If they come to him in email or whatever, and they say, hey, look, let's put you in a funded account, he's not going to do it. He's not going to pay the fees, and that's not why he's there. All he's trying to do is parlay it up to 10 grand. 10 grand comes out and goes into a real brokerage account. And then he's going to trade that. And then he's going to work towards building up 2 years of living expenses, which is $100,000. And then $50,000 for his equity base. And then once he has that and he's consistent, I will tell him, you're at the right state right now when you feel equipped and ready to do so, because you're consistently doing your trades and you're finding them on your own, and dad's not influencing anything. If you want to quit your job, then by all means, you're ready to do it now. Are you willing to submit to something like that? Chances are no. There ain't no fucking way I'd wait 2 years. As soon as I start making money, I'm quitting my job. Shit, fuck this. I'm done. And you don't realize how hard you're making it. You're going to make it impossible. because now you have to trade, and not just have to trade, but you have to trade profitably. You have made it so much harder for you, and the performance anxiety that you don't realize is going to be a factor is going to be insurmountable. And that's why you need 2 years, because you can relax. You can take a month off of trading with 2 years of living expenses. If things start to get stressful, you start feeling that initial, oh my goodness, did I quit my job too soon? Because that's going to happen. That is absolutely going to happen. But you have 2 years of making your ends meet. It'll allow you to reground and recalibrate and focus on, oh yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I don't need to make much money. I got 2 years behind me. I got plenty of money in my account. I don't take crazy risks. I don't take a what if trade. I don't do the hope and pray model. I'm waiting for my setup. I'm avoiding the bad problematic times. So I know what I'm doing. I just got a little nervous there, and I'm reminding myself that I'm in a position where I don't have to do anything right now. And that's important as a trader. You got to be in a position mentally, physically, and financially where you don't have to take that next setup that you see is good. Are you willing to let that next good trade go? It's funny, when you lose money, it's easy for you to do that. When you start trading with real money, you're going to feel that. And I'm going to say it again because you probably went over your head. When you take a losing trade, or you're doing a losing streak, okay, 2 or 3 trades now, and you've been stopped out. That's normal. There's nothing wrong with that. But what will happen is you're going to see a setup that is absolutely cherry. So perfect. A1 setup, perfect textbook. This is the one you do maximum leverage in. And you're going to say, I'm afraid to take that trade. And it's going to yield perfectly. And you're going to be upset that you allowed that losing streak, or that last losing trade. It's going to distort your perspective, and you won't want to take that trade because you're going to be fearful. What happens if I lose? Because you've already defined in your mind, this one's my model. I didn't trade on the other ones with my model, and I pushed it. I entered too soon. I tried to anticipate the setup and getting in before I should have, and I got hurt. And then when you see the actual model in your charts, you see it, the setup's there, the framing of the risk is modest to low, and the output and yield on the trade is 5-to-1 or higher. That's a textbook entry. That's a textbook setup, but you don't take it because you took a losing trade, and there it is. You're gonna experience that. But when you start trading with real money and you don't have a job, you're gonna have that same feeling, but it's gonna be magnified way beyond what you felt just because you had a losing trade. Because now you're thinking, I have to make money. Eventually, if I sit around and do nothing for 2 years, I've depleted that money. That's not what the goal is. The goal is not to deplete that money. It's your insurance. It's your cushion. That is your fuck you money. That is your, when Carl says, hey, we're short on people, the boss said he'll come back with you with a 50% raise. Fuck you, Carl, and tell that boss to fuck himself too. That's what that is. That's fuck you money. That's you ain't got to get a job today money. That's you, I ain't got to do anything today money. And that includes trading at the top of the list. So when you see your setups, are you comfortable with letting those setups go when you're in a position where you have to make money? Think about that now. So you're all in a rush to skip through all the required necessities in learning all about yourself, the difficulties of navigating troubled markets, difficult markets. And you all want to make a lot of money right now because you want to quit your job and you're going to live off of that one big payout. Even $100,000 payout isn't going to make you consistently profitable and able to quit your job. I promise you, do some work and look at these individuals that made these really big payouts. Some of them have been very honest, and I have a lot of respect for that. And then I don't know what's happening. I just can't make any money. I keep failing. I keep failing this. I keep failing that. So what are they feeling? I guarantee you they probably made the change and this is all they're going to do for money. And now they have performance anxiety. And that's perfectly normal. It's perfectly normal. That's the expectation that I would have, and anybody else that's been trading with real money for a long period of time. That's what we expect when we see people rushing into live trading with no job. That's the outcome that you expect. But you don't expect that when you're doing it. You expect that, well, fuck this, I ain't got to get a job. And I can just sit around and make shit. If I make $1,000 a day, I'm good. $1,000 a day keeps the job away, right? But funny things happen where all of a sudden you start thinking about, I have to. I have to be profitable. And now you've changed the whole dynamic. You have nothing in the bank as a nest egg. You have no fuck you money. You have just what's in your account. And now you must get a job or you must be perfect. Increase the level of difficulty in trading to ludicrous levels. Now you have made trading so much more difficult than it needs to be. And that battlefield that's in between your ears inside your mind right now, your head's going to swirl. You're going to be anxious. You're going to lose sleep. Your health's going to deplete. If you're in a relationship, it's going to suffer. You're going to gain weight. You're going to lose weight. You're not going to be in the right state of mind. And you're going to be doing the same thing every day that does nothing that improves your financial position. In fact, it's going to be the opposite. What did you do wrong? You didn't fucking listen. You didn't prepare for success. You didn't build a nest egg. You didn't get 2 years of living expenses. You didn't have adequate funding for trading. And you rushed into wanting to quit your fucking job. Your job right now is necessary. It's a necessary evil. Manage Carl how you need to manage Carl. Don't get fired. Don't create more drama for yourself. Drama makes trading harder. Income-based trading is harder than speculative trading while you're making your bread with a job. It's easy to take that next trade when you have a job. Even though you hate the job, it's easy to take that next trade, even if it was a losing trade. Because what are you thinking? If I blow out, all I got to do is pay for another reset. But you are not going to think that way when you're trading for a living and you don't have a nest egg of 2 years of living expenses and you're not properly funded. You're not going to think that at all. You're like, fuck, man, I gotta, I need to make some money, and you're going to take big risks. I'm going to do 15 accounts linked together, and I'm going to do 15 contracts, and I'm going to try to just get a big payout. I need to pad my pockets out. That's wrong too. That's stupid thinking. That's toxic thinking. That's financially illiterate. That's someone that has no idea what the fuck they're doing with money. And you're making it harder for yourself. So you absolutely have to defer that want for trading for a living. Do you think that you're not trading for a living when you're working your job and you're building up a nest egg of $100,000 or more? That's trading for a living. You're trading for a better living later. It's your perspective that's all fucked up. What you were making money while you have the job. What are you in a rush to leave the job for? Ego, pomp, control of your own time. I get it. I get that. But use it as your sure footing right now. That's your meal ticket for making your ends meet because that's what you have right now as a job. But build up. Build up you incorporated until your corporation, you are doing so much more than just duplicating your salary or doubling it. Like you need to be comfortable that you can far outpace what you have done as a yearly income on a consistent basis. Because if you can have output like that, when you are properly funded with 2 years of fuck you money and you have a well properly funded account and you have a skill set that you didn't rush that skill set into, it's going to be performance anxiety place over top because you now need to make money because your job is no longer your breadwinner. It's your trading profitably is your breadwinner. You now just increase the level of difficulty higher than it needs to be. But if your output, while you're not emotionally driven to trade, you're not trying to trade every single day, you can recognize when the market's likely to be more problematic. So you're going to be highly selective. And you know how to manage money and you know how to parlay your money. That means let the heavy lifting of compound interest do it all. You're never increasing your risk. If you start with your parameter at, I'm never going to risk more than 0.5%. I'm never going to risk more than 1%. As your equity increases, you're going to control more contracts or lots if you're trading Forex. But the percentage basis of what you're taking on as risk is never increasing percentage-wise. But because the new equity allows and affords you to be able to trade larger, you're still taking the same measured percentage risk. It's never increasing. But you need to subscribe to whatever that is initially and live there. When you start trading with your own money for a living, start with a low threshold. And I'm telling you, the better traders are going to be trading with less than 1%. But I can't get rich. Man, go fuck yourself in your ignorance. You have no idea what you're talking about. Math, rudimentary math escapes you if you think you can't get rich trading with 1.5, 1/2 of 1%. It doesn't matter what you start with. The consistency model is it's important. And as you make more money, that compounding effect literally starts to send the market equity curve through the roof. And here's the thing. If you live below your means for 5 years in that condition, you allow yourself to build a huge net worth. If you're making lots of money and you're going out there and throwing it away in diminishing assets, which are really liabilities, buying cars, okay? Buying cars, buying toys, when that money could be put into interest-bearing vehicles, that's financial illiteracy too. If you're financially illiterate, you can make a lot of money and be broke real fast. And there's a few of them on social media right now that it's going to be a wonderful case study to see him right back in a poorhouse. and they can't even see it coming. But they're going to smile on the camera and say, "You can't take it with you." They can't they can't take it with them, but they can't hold on to it either. New money rarely holds on to money. It just happens like that. And I'm teaching you as a student and as my son, Caleb, you see what I do with my money. I could afford a whole lot more stuff. I could be doing all kinds of stupid shit. But that's not what financially literate people do. I love the peace of mind knowing that I don't have to do a fucking thing ever, 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 ever. And I'm loaded. I have money making money for me, and I don't need to trade ever, ever, ever. I don't need to make mentorships and sell them. I don't need to make YouTube videos for ad revenue. I don't need to do shit. I'm set. You're not, but I'm telling you how to get there. And I'm talking to you in a manner that's not monetized. I'm giving you my time because I got lots of it. I got lots of free time. I got lots of free fucking time. And that's what this type of lifestyle gives you. It gives you more time so that way you can be more discretionary with your time. Now, if I was working and I needed to make money, you would never get my fucking time because I wouldn't have much to give to you. I have a lot of free time. So I make allowances for things like this as a teacher, as a mentor, and it's not monetized. In my mind, it's monetized because I know that what I'm telling you is valuable because I would have loved to have this given to me. I would have loved to have someone cheerlead me and tell me, how should I be thinking about money? How should I be thinking about how I make money? How should I be thinking about myself as a corporate entity? How can I enterprise myself so that way when I spend money, everything I spend is tax write-off and I diminish my taxable income instead of saying, I'm going to have a really good paying job. Fuck your high paying job. When you buy gas and you buy food and you travel, you're paying all that fee and you're still paying the income taxes based on what you made in income. I'm not doing that. I'm paying less taxes than these people that make lots of money in their professional careers. I'm paying less taxes than them. I'm being paid to go on vacation. I'm being paid to go out to fine restaurants and eat dinner and invite family members and talk about business for 5 minutes and then I'm done. Hey, how's business? How's trading? How's this? How's that? Talk about it for a few minutes, bing, there it is. It's a write-off. If I have something catered, It's 100% write-off. When you have a function for your family, you can't write that off. It's just coming out of your pocket because you're financially illiterate. Most people are not told these things. They're not taught. They're not aware that there's a way that you can live your life as a corporate entity. You're an enterprise. When you live different, you're rewarded with having to pay a less tax bill because you're spending the money. Well, when you have a job and you have more money, than most people because you have a high-paying job, yeah, you're spending money too. Most people do. They like to keep up with the Joneses, the expression is, trying to live up to the expectations of looking equal, if not better, than your neighbors. There ain't nobody in my fucking neighborhood's got as much money as I got. None of them. And I'm not trying to keep up with anybody. I'm content. I spend most of my days in pajamas, walking around in my house, doing what the fuck I want to do, being introverted. I'm an introvert. I'm not a person that runs around and tries to get attention. I don't care what people see me have or what they think I should have. I'm comfortable in my own skin. Some of you aren't going to be like that. Some of you want to be extroverts. You want to be out there in everybody's face with what you're going to do. That's you. That's not me. My son Caleb is like me. He's introverted. He's not real talkative. You can clearly hear that. The boy has been celibate his entire life. He's had girlfriends, but he's been celibate. He's not been with anyone yet by choice because he wants that one person that he feels connected to. So there's a lot of characteristics that I have that he has. And I'm trying to do the best I can as his dad, knowing how I hurt myself as a young man when I started making lots of money. I'm trying to prepare him because if he sees lots of money fall into his hands by his own efforts, I don't want to see him change for the worse. And money tends to do that. Money tends to corrupt, twist up, and change the perspective of wholesomeness to that of ego, pomp, arrogance, self-centeredness. And that's all the characteristics I adopted as a 20-year-old when I started making money. I would have been a menace on social media back then. Like, it would have been nuts. And that's the things I don't like about myself. I don't like those things. And I can tap into that sometimes to get things all stirred up, to get people paying attention and draw more people to the channel or to this Twitter space stuff. And I can teach them. And then I get new testimonies of how, wow, I didn't believe in you in the beginning. And I challenged this whole notion of what you think is making the markets go up and down. And now I'm convinced of it. And here's my payouts I just made. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Wonderful. No mentorship fees paid. No worship, no handshaking and glad handing in public. Not necessary. I want to invest in all of you, and I want to see what you do with it. That's what this is. That's the economy here. You don't pay me. If you find something of value, just tell me thank you. That's it. That's all you got to do. That's it. And then show me what you did with it. And if it's a fucking car or a house, whatever, man. I'm not interested in that. I want to see I helped this family. I helped my family members do this. I paid their mortgage off. They would have never been able to do this. They're making barely ends meet. And now I just removed the highest bill for them by paying off their mortgage. Wonderful. How wonderful. How absolutely wonderful for you to be a blessing like that for other people. And when you do stuff like that, it makes you feel good. If it makes you feel good, do it. Because you're helping other people and you're encouraging them. And that is the best reward that you could ever give me, or payment. I get all the time people in the comment section, I don't know why you're doing this for free, but I wish I could figure out how I could repay you. I just told you how to do it. Simply just say thank you and then use the skill set to help other people. That doesn't mean start a mentorship and make money off them. I'm helping them by teaching them. Why? Why the fuck are you in business with ICT concepts as a mentorship when I have it for free? You're not helping people. You're fleecing people. Helping people would be make money and say, find somebody in your neighborhood that needs something. They got one income, a child that's probably ill, and they just lost their vehicle, and they don't know how the hell they're going to get a car to replace it. So that way, that one breadwinner can get back and forth to work, and you buy them a car. That's not you buying a car. That's you helping them meet a need. I weep when I see stuff like that. When testimonies are shared like that with me, I love that because that's you doing what I was hoping people would do with this. I am not impressed when people sit there and flaunt, yeah, I got this. Look where I'm living at now. And they're walking around their fucking videos, walking around and panning their phone around so they can see where they're at. That is disgusting to me. I'm repulsed by that shit. I don't give a fuck about what you own, what you have, and what you can afford because I can buy and sell everything you have. I don't do those things, and I could. If anybody in this fucking community can do that, I can, and I don't do those things. I don't live my life like that, and I'm not impressed by other people that do that. And you shouldn't be impressed by it either. But principle-oriented people that find ways to invest in other people so that way they can help other people up, that's what it's all about. That's what this is about. How you can impact someone else's life for the better from what you've acquired by learning how to do this. It's easy to help other people when you have lots of money, and it feels good doing it. It feels good doing it. You encourage someone. Imagine all the toxicity that's on social media. I'm saying this when I'm done. All the toxicity that comes out of everybody's fucking posts with their mouths, they're in video and audio, that they're trying to tear down somebody else. They're always trying to tear somebody else down. Always. Social media is that's what it's for. Division. How often do you see people on social media looking towards helping lift up, encourage one another? That ain't happening in trading. Not in trading by far and large. It happens in our community, but outside of it, it's too competitive. Nobody can shine because the weak-minded little dick guys, they get all bent out of shape. I'm not getting any attention. I'm not getting any attention. Somebody found some recognition over here, and I got to get involved in that with some kind of drama bullshit. And all it does is puts a spotlight on them, how little dick energy they have, and they have nothing of real worth. You feel dirty, you feel like you need a shower, and you feel drained after watching their content. How the hell does anybody want to come back to watching stuff like that? You're not edified. You're not encouraged. You're watching them suck themselves off in public, and they want to be tipped for it. You investing in other people's lives, encouraging them, investing in something that they can't make a need be met, and you step right on in there like an angel. They didn't expect it. You didn't expect it. The opportunity presents itself, and you swoop right on in there. Done. It's handled. And you don't make it a big deal about it. You don't say, look what I did over here, guys. This is a person I just had to help this family out. Don't do that. And if you share these testimonies, I notice what I said here. I've said things I've had my students tell me they did, and they proved it. It's not just talking points. They don't go on social media to get credit for it, but they just sent a testimony to me and say, hey, look, because of what I learned from you, I was able to help this family. I was able to build this hospital in my village. I was able to build this facility that helps elderly people with illnesses. I have my name. I have my name over wings of medical establishments in other countries. I don't deserve that. I don't deserve that. But that's what people have done with this. And that to me is amazing. That's amazing. I'm impressed by that. I am brought to tears with that because that's you making a real impact. And it's not about you. It's not about me, and it's not about money. You're doing something for your neighbor, for your brother, for your sister, and you're making an impact that's positive. And anybody that knows that you had anything involved in that, you know what they think of you? They think so much more than you want people to look at you when it's all about you being good about making money and trading. You want to be a rock star, superstar young man doing this. You want to be looked up for that. But I'm telling you, that shit doesn't shine long. It doesn't last. But when you live your life principally oriented and you live like this and invest in other people that need, everyone that sees you do that, you really are a fucking king. You really are a GOAT, the greatest at all times to ever do it, because you're living outside your own skin. You're doing something for other people's embetterment, and you're not asking for anything in return. That's the highest form of servitude and stewardship, and you can't get better than that. You can't get better than that. That's the kings. That's the queens. That's the people that deserve recognition, but they don't ask for it and they don't ever afford the opportunity to receive it. They do it privately. It's between them and God and the people they blessed. That's what it's all about. That's why I'm here doing this. That's why I do it. And that's why you never get a response when you tell me, here's my Audi R8 I bought. Here's my new house I bought. Yeah, I see it and I don't reply. That repulses me. It makes me fucking sick when I see that. That's not what I did this for. That's not why I do it. You could never buy anything enough or spend enough money to ever impress me. It ain't going to happen. But when you touch other people's lives and you encourage them and you give them that little spark to say, look, I know it's off right now and things are difficult right now, but I feel led to do this for you and I don't want nothing in return. So please let me bless you. And then here it is, it's done. And you fill a void in their life that they can't find an answer for. And you watch how the Father blesses you. Whether you believe in God or not, He's going to show up in your life. And if you believe in Him, He's going to show up and make it known openly. He's going to openly reward you. Don't demand that it's done in public. Don't expect it to be done in public. But if you live your life like that with this, you have no idea how it keeps coming back to you. It just keeps coming back. It just keeps coming back. And you can't do anything with it. It just overflows. So you might as well get used to finding other people that you can bless with, because the splash over, it's got to fall on somebody. And if you've been entrusted with this much and you do it well, being a good steward with it, and you invest in other people's lives and you touch them financially and you reward them with encouragement. Say, listen, I know I was exactly where you are right now. Imagine what you could have started in that life. Imagine the family that you hold together because you did something that they didn't expect and you had the resources. And it ain't going to hurt you. It ain't going to break you. This is easy to go out and make another six figures. It's easy to do that. It's absolutely easy. You just walk over to the money tree and pluck it off. But they can't do that. And that doesn't make you better. It doesn't make you superior. It doesn't make you something that that you should be worshipped for. But you've been entrusted with this ability. You've been entrusted with this skill set. So you might as well learn to bless other people with it. And when you do, you never run out of it. You never run out of it. You never run out of oil. So stop romancing the uncertainty and embrace the uncertainty. Live your life principally oriented. Build your enterprise around your trading with these things in mind. Let good life. Why? Why do you deserve that? If that's all you're going to do, it's going to be very difficult. But if you start thinking like, if I can become successful at this and I can help other people and be a giver, be a giver. I'm not talking about paying tithes to a church, because that is absolutely not biblical. That is not biblical. It is absolute. I don't give two shits what you believe, because we can go into the scriptures. I'm going to tell you, it ain't real. It is not scriptural. You are not supposed to be paying 10% of your income, period. Absolutely not. But God does love a cheerful giver, and it's not defined by 10%. But you should have this giver mentality. You should have this giving mentality. It should be part of who you are as a character. That person that embodies who you are. If you're not a generous person, you are not going to be successful. I promise you, you might have immediate gratification. You might get a windfall victory, but that's all it'll be. It won't be a lifestyle. It won't be a lifelong constant flow of income. It won't be like that. It will not be like that. But when you live your life like this, where you look for someone that's in need and you're always seeking someone in need and you help them, The father steps in immediately, says, okay, you spent some oil right there. Let me give you double more than that. Let me give you 5 times more. Let me give you 10 times. You spent this much on this person helping them, and you didn't ask anything for it. Well done. Here's some more. Because I got some people coming down the road that you don't even know that's coming. The opportunity is going to present itself because I can trust that you're going to do something with it well. And I'm going to give it to you because I want to make sure that you have it for them to receive from my hand. And there it is. And you're not getting any glory for it. You're not getting any reward for it. You're not getting any pomp, any kind of worship for it. You're just the vessel. You're just the instrument that he's going to use. Are you ready to live like that? Are you ready to watch and see that God Almighty can come into your life and someone else's life and use you with this skill set that you're learning? Because that's what this is really all about. That's what this is all about. And too many of you are worried about just being yourself with money. And that's why you're failing. And that's why you're not going to be successful because it's too little of a goal. Because if it's just about you making money and living well, you're selling yourself short. You can't imagine the joy and the happiness it feels to live a life that you can look back on and say, look where that family's at now. Look where that family's at now. And God gave me the unique opportunity and privilege to be in at the right time to help them. And you get to see what your small participation in that family, that person's need, and how they turn things around. You have no idea, man. You have no idea. Many of you people are living life all wrong. You're so self-centered. You're so fixated on what it is that you get to get out of this world and not what you can put into anybody else's. That's why we're here. We're not here for us to be pillars of self-worship and attention. We're here to help each other up, lift each other up, and talk each other up. That's what it's all about. So hopefully you found this inspiring. Hopefully it was something to get your gears turning. But I don't want things misrepresented or misconstrued why I do what I do. What was my motivation? What is my motivation? Because you heard it today. And those of you that have listened to me with your heart, not just with your ears, you've done a lot of these things I've said. And I can't tell you how much of an impact it's had on my personal life. My family's encouraged by it. When I see the people that have done well with this information and they live outside of themselves and they make it their life's passion to find constantly, always, how they can take what they have. Because you have a limitless supply, folks. That's what you don't realize. You have a limitless supply of new money all the time. Anytime you want, you walk out there and you get more of it. But what are you using it with? What is the purpose of you getting more of it? Because if it's just for you, that's why it's harder for you. When I asked God to open my understanding, I said, listen, yes, I want to be successful, but I feel like I need to ask it this way. If you give me understanding, I will spend the rest of my life helping other people learn it too. And as long as you give me my mental faculties and my ability to do so, I will do that. And I made it about other people. And I started hearing, look here, look here, look here. I would have a question that would pop in my head that I didn't know where it came from. Why would the market stop here? Why would it do this? Why would it do that? And then I would hear audibly, look here. Now that sounds crazy, doesn't it? It sounds absolutely crazy. But look at what I'm able to show in price action. There's no books teaching that. There's no books telling you that stuff. And it repeats over and over and over again. So I listened. I took notes and I took direction. And there it is. Sometimes I didn't hear things audibly. Sometimes I just felt an unction. Like I felt like it was pressuring me to look at this and don't look so much at that. I'm wasting time. Stop doing that. Go over here and spend time looking at this. And because I was by myself, I poured myself into this, and I was doing it for something above and beyond just me. I'm of the belief that he listened. What else should I be able to attribute it to? Because I worked real hard studying, and that didn't do it for me. I spent a lot of money, a lot of time, and none of that stuff worked for me. But when I said I'm at my wit's end, like I'm done trying it like this. I don't have an answer for it. If you help me, I will spend the rest of my life helping other people. And in a lot of ways, it's like a ministry. And I'm not a poster child for Christianity. I'm not a poster child for wholesomeness. I make mistakes. Sometimes I say words I'm not proud of. I am not perfect. I sin every single day. And I ask for forgiveness every single day. Every time I do a live stream, I ask and repent. Every time I do a Twitter space, I ask him and I repent. And I always say, if I said something that led anybody astray, forgive me. That's not my intention. If I say something that offended anyone, please forgive me. That was not my intention. But I have a very unique perspective that many of you don't realize. And I don't deserve it. I didn't deserve it. I don't deserve to have this information. I don't deserve to have this skill set. I don't have the position that I can say I earned the right to have this, because I don't. But I believe that it was given to me because he knew my heart. And there isn't a person in this industry that's working harder than I am than helping you and anyone else that's willing to learn it. And the proof is I could still be making millions of dollars selling it. Right now, I could do it again. And I have no interest in ever doing that again. I love the fact that I can touch other people's lives and they know there's no sales pitch. There's no gotcha sales, no pressure sales. Hurry up and before this deal ends. That's not here. None of that's here. And yet you still see me coming out here live and telling you what's going to happen in the marketplace, using the concepts that I'm teaching, lending you my experience. And every single day, and when I wake up, I pray for myself and my family, and I pray for all of you. I pray that God uses what I teach, what I've taught, and what I say today to encourage you, to inspire you, and bless you. I do this every single day. Even for the people that say they hate me and troll me, I say it the same way for them. Some of you take the things that I do online as antics and to get things moving and talking. You take them personally. None of the things I ever say should be ever taken as personal. I have a character online, just like a Christian that plays a part in a movie. That's not who they are. They're just playing a part. ICT is a part. That's a role. That's all it is. You're hearing who I am. This is who I really am. And if you met me, you would not be impressed. You would not look like, oh, I want to live like you. That's not what this is. But because I know the dynamic with most young men, they want that gladiator to look up to. They want that wartime hero. They want that Deadpool figure to latch onto. And it garners your attention initially. And hopefully I can hold your attention long enough so that we can hear the things I've talked about today. Because this is the stuff that makes you money. This is the stuff that gives you the successful life. And this is the person that you really want to be, that people look up to, that live their life like this. Not that money grubbing, self-servicing person on social media that you think is where you should be. I get asked a lot, what's my opinion of Andrew Tate? I think he's a piece of shit, and he takes other people's resources and monetizes them and takes advantage of people's stupidity. I don't look up to somebody like that. I would never look up to somebody like that. So I understand his selling points. People look at that as that's an alpha. That's a person that's a strong person. I'm not impressed with any of that stuff. I'm disgusted by it. And I'm disgusted with his perspective on women. I'm disgusted with how he talks about other men. And he tries to be something he's not. And that's my opinion. And anybody that has an aspiration to have an online persona like that, is ugly to me. And I'm nobody. I mean, my opinion doesn't matter in this, but I use enough of those selling points. Not that because I was doing things before Andrew Tate was ever Andrew Tate, right? But I would do things that were controversial to get people talking, garner attention. I can carnival bark. That means get people come up to the to the game, hold your attention, then challenge you. So that way you make a decision. Look at the content, see if it works. And I challenge everybody, see if it doesn't work, like I said. And the people that do that task of going in to prove it doesn't, they're converted. And they don't realize that was the whole mechanism. That was the whole thing. That was the spider web. I know if you get close enough, you're going to get stuck in it. But I got to cause a crowd. I got to draw a crowd. So I do things to get that to happen. And once you're here, you fall victim to the logic that is the reality of why these markets are booking the way they do. Why do they go up? Why do they go down? Why do they stay in consolidations? Why does it go up and down and taking out the highs and lows and doesn't go anywhere? That's what you learn here. You learn more about yourself than you're ready to admit when you first get here. And that sometimes is the make it or break it here. When you're met with the problems that you're bringing into it, you don't want to see those things. And then because of that, I get vilified because the weak persons, the people that don't like being shown a mirror, what their flaws are, they rise up and they say, you're a fraud, you're a jerk, you manipulate us, you're holding back information. And I'm creating people making millions of dollars with the same content that you have right now. There's no other lessons outside of what I'm teaching that these people are using that are making lots of money. And they're not the only millionaires. They're not the only ones. I have other successful students that stay in the anonymity. They don't want to be involved in all this attention. Some of them are older folks. They don't care. They don't care what any of you think. And they're not even they're not listening to these Twitter spaces. They don't care. They know what they're doing now. I rarely hear from them because they know what they're doing now. That's how it should be for all of you. This is not something that keeps us tethered together for the rest of our lives. In the near future, something may disrupt our ability to come together like this. Are you prepared for that? Are you prepared to have more difficulties in your personal life that's going to move and migrate into the markets too? These are all things that you should be aware of. And I am trying my best to empower you to be able to weather that stuff, should it endure longer than most people would expect it to. And this is all I can do. I mean, I can't fix everybody's problems. While I have a lot of money, I can't give you all money because nobody has that kind of money. So I'm thinking that if you can be compelled to stay close enough to me to let me influence you with these types of ideas, I am convinced that there's enough receipts with other people and my ability to show it to you real time that there's something of value here that you may be able to latch onto. Something that you do latch onto, it's my earnest prayer that you find success with it. I really want to see you succeed with it. And I receive nothing outside of the testimony you share with me. And nobody has ever had their testimony shared. I've hinted at certain things, I've talked about certain things, but you could never place that with somebody. And they could never feel like I went behind them and broke their trust and privacy because I've shared a piece of something that has touched my heart and my family because of what they were able to do with what they learned. And it's outside of Lamborghinis. It's outside of buying fancy houses and trips and whatnot. That's what inspires me. That's the stuff that motivates me. That's what keeps me going. Because that's what I meant when I asked the Father if He gives me the understanding that I would do this to empower other people. He knew my heart meant not to get people rich and they can be celebrities because of their money. He understood that I want to be able to empower other people so they can help other people and not be in a spirit of lack. It's hard to give to other people when you don't have much to have in your own. If you're barely making it, You know in your heart, if you had a little bit more, if you could afford to give more, you probably would, but you can't afford to. So you're scared to give it because you need it. Well, I understood when I asked God to give me this ability to help other people too. That means that you can't be in a position of lack. You have no excuse why you can't help other people. So if I can inspire you as the person that you learn from to live your life like that, you benefit and they benefit, and he gets all the glory, not me, not ICT. Those three letters are not the ones that matter. It's God. And I'm not God. I'm not a demigod. I'm not anything except for a common man that's unworthy and undeserving of this. And I try to be as entertaining as possible. I try to be as entertaining as possible to hold on to the attention, because it's hard to compete against TikTok mentality. It's very difficult to do that. But this year, we've had a lot of involvement with the 2024 mentorship. And while you all think that you're learning something new, you're just watching me do it live. That's the only difference. And the people that have been with me in private mentorship, they just spend enough time doing it. And now they see the urgency of being able to make money because things are getting complicated, expensive, and dangerous. We're entering perilous times. These times are they're written of in the Bible. Whether you want to be a Christian or whether you want to be an atheist or a Muslim or whatever you are, everything that I told you back in 2016 before Trump was elected, I said these things on Twitter. At the time, I didn't understand what I was saying, but I felt like I had to say them. When I warned in July of 2019 and in October 2019, something really bad's coming. You need to get your house repaired, stock up on everything. Everybody said I was Chicken Little. Everybody was making fun of me. And I honestly, at the time, I was like, wow, yeah, I did sound crazy. I did sound crazy at the time. Like I was like, I'm talking about stuff that people are going to be like, they're going to mock me forever for that. And as soon as I felt this wave of discomfort saying, don't worry about that. You just say it. Okay, I'm going to say it. And anytime I felt compelled, because I didn't care about politics, I never voted in my life ever, and I'm not voting now. You should vote. All of you that are, you know, eligible to vote, you all should vote. I'm not going to vote. That way you understand that I'm not telling you to vote for Trump. I'm not telling you to vote for Harris. I'm not telling you to vote for anybody, but you should vote. I'm not doing that though. My wife doesn't vote. I don't vote, and my children don't vote. Well, my daughter does. She's a Democrat, and I don't understand it, but I said a lot of things that I didn't understand then, but they all came true. All of them came true, and that's not me being smart. That's not me being a prophet. That's not me being special. I'm I'm amazed by just like the same people that heard me and they took the advice because I had influence over people then. They stocked their house up and they got prepared. And some of those individuals lost their job because of the mandates they were placing on them. And because they didn't have their job, they had no money coming in, but they had their house stocked up on food and things that they needed. And I still get testimonies from them saying, I'm so glad that I listened to you. You didn't listen to me. That wasn't my instructions. I was following the same instructions too. I was like, if I feel compelled to say it, that means somebody else bigger than me that's telling me to do it. And he's never led me wrong. And I'm telling you, what we're about to experience is nuts. And if you don't get your house ready, that means stock up how you can. That means prepare yourself to find external sources of income. And I'm trying to use what I have as information here as like a ministry to try to encourage you. Because even if you just make one of your bills from your trading, that's a help, isn't it? Like that's a wonderful blessing for me to be used as an instrument to help you do that. And the only time and the only reason why I ask people to give credit to why and how you learn this information is because who I'm talking about right now. It's not about me. It's never been about me. And if you allow him in your life, if you allow him to have influence over your decisions, just sit back and watch how he guides you. Because he's talking right now. He's speaking to people and trying to get their hearts and minds ready, because we're about to see some crazy global stuff. And I do another YouTube channel, and it's not monetized. And I can prove it to you by signing into it and show you that Google runs ads on it, and they're going to run ads on any video, and that's the way it is. But I do not monetize it. And I talk about things that I feel compelled over the last few years to encourage you all to be mindful of. And I would like more time to be able to do that. And when I stop my live streams at the end of this month, I'm going to divert my attention back to that other channel. And it talks about things that are more spiritually oriented. I'm not trying to convert you. I'm not trying to convince you to be spiritual. I'm not trying to make you a Christian, because I can't do that. But I have received a lot of feedback from people finding inspiration and peace of mind and a new walk in life with the things I talked about. And I would like to do more of that. I said this year that I was going to put down ICT, and Inner Circle Trader is being put down. I don't want to be Inner Circle Trader anymore. I don't want to be that defining persona of who I am. I don't want that. When the Father comes and he finds me working, I don't want to be found working as ICT. That's my point. I want to be found working for his kingdom. I want to be found working doing the work of the gospel of Jesus Christ, because that's my Lord and Savior. That's God Almighty that was manifested in the flesh. That's who's given me the ability to do what I do. That's who gave me the understanding. That's who gives me the instructions on what I'm supposed to say, because I don't have a script. And I mess it up when I cuss. I do things because my flesh rises up. But those things I'm not proud of. But apart from all that stuff, there's nothing that I'm ashamed of, because I have to be a showman of some degree to get you to listen. You're not going to listen if I tell you, Jesus told me to tell you this. You're not going to listen to that. But if I sit in front of a chart and I tell you every 15-second interval what the market's going to do, and you can be monetizing your decisions based on that stuff, you're going to listen to long-winded things like this, and you're going to hear me lace the conversation with God, because he gets all the glory. He gets the glory. He gets the admonishments and all of the praise and the faith lifting up. All that stuff goes to him, not me. I'm not deserving of that. I don't know why he allowed me, because I shouldn't have been given this. Even though I asked for it, I should not have been given this, because I'm no better than any of you. I sin. I say terrible things sometimes when I'm angry. Sometimes, I wish I could do certain things to certain people because they've done something to my family. That's normal. That's flesh. I wrestle with the same stuff you guys do. There's nothing inherently different between you and I. We both bleed the same way. We came into the world the same way, and unless he chooses differently, we'll go out the same way. But my motivation has always been to try to help you become a better person so that we can help other people. And that's the ministry of what I've been doing here. I don't like the fact that I had to lace it with things to get your attention and treat it like an action movie sometimes. I wish I had a better way of doing it, but it worked. And like Paul said, do whatever you can to compel them. And that's the logic I used. And while most of you probably listen to this and think, well, okay, I'm not trying to be a Christian, and I'm not trying to be a preacher or be preached to. I'm not doing that. I'm just trying to explain to you what you've been a part of and didn't realize. You don't have to believe this stuff, but you're all going to believe it soon. You're gonna believe in Christ real soon. Trust me on that. Okay, you're gonna know who the real God is real soon, real soon. And the people you think are God and the people you think are the prophets of God, they're nobody. There's only one God and only one King of kings, and that's Jesus Christ. He came in the flesh. He himself, not his son. His son is the flesh. That's who that is. He came. He came. The Father himself was manifested in that flesh. And that's who spoke to me. That's who I prayed to. And that's who I worship. And there is no other God but him. None. None else. There was none before him, none created after him, and there's none of them up there with him. It's just him. There's only one throne in heaven, and he sits on it. And whether you're ready or not, he's coming. Whether you are ready or not, he is absolutely coming. And you need to get your house in order. That's all. Just got to get yourself prepared, get right with God, and there it is. You don't have to go to church. It's good if you do. I don't go to church. I have church every day at my house. Every single day I pray and worship, but I pour everything into worship. And when you get a relationship with him and he physically manifests himself in a way where you can't deny it, any doubt whether God exists is gone. It's gone. And I want you to think about something real quick. Do you see this global effort, not just in America, this global effort to shut people up and make them conform to their government's expectations? Because if you haven't noticed it, start paying attention, because that's what's coming. They're trying to attack freedom of speech everywhere because they want to control the narrative. They're not going to allow people like me right now, where I'm talking about Christ. And if that gets under your skin, good. I'll be rewarded for that. I'm not ashamed of it. But there's this global push for globalism to unite. That's in the Bible. That's in the book of Daniel, and that's in the book of Revelation. Revelation, not shuns. It's only one revelation. It's the revelation of Jesus Christ. The unveiling, the apocalypse of Jesus Christ. And everything that's going on in the world, when you're all wondering, how did I know about this and how did I know about that? Most of it was an unction given to me at the time. I didn't have a plan of talking about anything. It just, I felt compelled to do it. And then in March 2020, when it happened, I was like, turned to my wife, I said, do you believe this? Like, all this stuff is really happening. All that stuff. I was talking about how bad it was going to be when 1,500 CEOs stepped down in all their companies in early 2019. I said, that's a sign. Something really big's coming. And they stopped the entire global economy and told people to stay 6 feet apart, wear masks, get an undocumented, untested mRNA injected in your body. That I have people I have known since childhood that got killed, died as fit individuals, as aerobic instructors, fit as a fiddle. In 2 days, they were dead. And they were told if they didn't do that, they couldn't have their job. What they're about to put on all of us in 2025, you have no idea. So you need to prepare. First thing is get your house right with God. Walk with him. Just ask him. Forgive you. Believe that Jesus Christ is God in the flesh, came in the flesh, died on the cross, was buried 3 days, and on the third day rose again. He picked that body up. He glorified it, and that's who sits on the throne in heaven right now. Just him. When you get to heaven, you're just going to see him. And ask him to meet your needs. If you have fears or anxieties, you give them to him. He can smooth all that stuff out. All that stuff can get smoothed out real easy, real fast. He created your body. He's the maker of it. And he's also the author and finisher of your faith. So if you ask him for faith, he's going to give it to you. And he wants you to have it. Even if you believe in another religion right now, taste and see. Give him a test. Look what he did in Egypt. He had to harden the heart of Pharaoh. He physically hardened Pharaoh's heart. Why? Because the first plague would have kept him out. He would have been like, okay, that's it. Take him and go. But he physically made him resistant to him. That's how much influence he has. That's the influencer you want in your life. Not ICT, not these yahoos on Instagram and X and YouTube. You can trust him. You can trust him. And when I say we're in good hands, that's who I'm talking about. I'm impressed and amazed every single time he tells me, say this, say that, and I say it and it happens. I'm enamored by that. Believe me, I'm in shock many times where I'm like, I'm not expecting that. And I feel like, say this, I say it, and then it happens. Nobody gets that lucky. Nobody gets that lucky. And think before you start getting critical, what do I have to gain from this? It's not monetized. And this is something you can do in the privacy of your own heart in your home, all by yourself. Nobody needs to know that you did it. Just got to simply reach out to him and ask him. I believe that there's a God, and I believe that you are him. And you came in the flesh, the body that you created, born of a woman under the law, to be tempted like all manner, like we as humans. There's no temptation that he didn't be tempted by, but he walked sinlessly. And he allowed that body to be crucified. At any time, he could have got off that cross and said, no, this ain't worth it. You ain't worth it. In fact, they told him, come down from that cross if you're the Son of God. He says, don't you understand? I got 10,000 legion of angels come down here and lay waste to everything. I'm willfully doing this. Because if he doesn't do that, we can't be reconciled to him. And that's what this whole thing's about that. Your whole purpose of being here on this planet, you were born here to have this decision to be making right today. You're either going to acknowledge who he is and what he's done for you, or you're not. And if you're not, it ain't good. But I can tell you, when I placed my faith and trust in him, he ordered the steps of my life, and literally things got sorted quick. Doesn't mean I don't have trials and tribulations. Doesn't mean I don't get sick, that I don't lose family members and have problems in life. I have problems, but I don't obsessively worry about them. I don't fear the things that's going to happen in this world. This ain't my home. To be honest with you, I have a very nice lifestyle here, but I want him to take me out of here. Like, I don't like this world. I don't want to be here. Not because I want to hurt myself, not because I'm not happy. I'm happy. But there's nothing in this world that wants to keep me here. Nothing here is strong enough that says I would rather be here than not be where he is. I want to be where he is. Because I know in his presence, in worshiping him, in joy, weeping, happy, no anxiety at all. If it feels that good to be in his presence in this plane of existence, man alive, how much more pleasant is it going to be before him? I can't wait to worship him. I can't wait to bow down in front of him. I want that more than anything. Money doesn't make me happy. Finding successful trades and getting people to look up to me doesn't make me happy. Leading people to a position like right now, that's what makes me happy. And I know there's a lot of you who don't want to hear this. Some of you probably already signed off. That's okay. You've heard enough. But my hands are clean from it. You all know. This isn't the first time I said it. Feels awkward, doesn't it? Not for me. But some of you are like, can you please start talking about charts now? I feel weird. That's who's behind me. That's who influences me. That's who gives me the topics. That's who gives me the direction of where you're going to go in your next lesson. That's where it comes from. That's how it comes. That's who's leading me. And he gets all the credit, not me. I don't deserve the credit. It's all his. And the way we do business in this world is going to change real soon. The way money is used is going to change real soon. And your Bitcoin ain't it. Okay. So I'm going to close this one because I'm a little bit hungry. You probably heard my stomach growling. But I've had fun talking to you today. I hope I inspired you. I hope I gave you some reasons to continue. And if I offended you, I'm not apologizing for it. I'm not ashamed of who I talked about and who I give praise and honor and glory to. But I need you to know that's who's behind me. That's who gives me the desire to want to help you when most of you don't really communicate the deserving factors that I believe you should have. He's the person that encourages me to respond to people that say terrible things about me. And I don't tear them down when I could. I could really be really ruthless and cruel. I had the capacity to do that. As a young man, that's what I would be doing. But I don't have that in me. So I do what I do. It's not always done eloquently. There's sometimes I wish I would have did it differently. But it's effective. I got more than 1.4 million people follow me because the majority of people that leave comments are not followers. So I know there's a whole lot more people watching and listening. And you all was introduced to Jesus Christ today. Whether you listened to it with that expectation in mind or not, you heard me say his name. You heard me invoke him as my Lord and Savior. And you know that that's who I believe and place my faith and trust in. And there's nothing that anybody can say that is contrary to that. I am not a Muslim. I am not an atheist. I would never be an atheist. I never could be an atheist, and I would never convert to Muslim. So while I understand that people that have that, they want to save me from my ignorance, and you would never be able to convince me. You would never, ever, ever be able to convince me. And I can't convince you. That's what I've learned. I can't convince any of you. But if I've inspired you to test them, the scriptures say, don't tempt the Lord. And they are taught in churches that you shouldn't ask God to do this or to do that. And that's not biblical, because I can take you to a place in the book of Judges. A certain man was spoken to, and he wanted to make sure he wasn't hearing voices. And he told the Lord, look, if this is who you really are, do this. And the Lord did. And he said, okay, just to make sure I'm not imagining things, reverse it. Do this, but not that. And it happened. And he said, okay, now I know that I'm talking to the Lord. Whatever you ask me, I'll do it. Wouldn't he be considered tempting the Lord based on what you hear in churches? Of course, because most churches are doing it wrong. They wouldn't even recognize Jesus if he walked in, because all these pastors want to be celebrities, standing up there with security teams, hiding money in the walls of their church, living lavish lifestyles when the Bible says you're not supposed to do that. I'm wealthy. I don't live a lavish lifestyle. You might think I live a lavish lifestyle, but I could afford a whole lot more. It's not about that. But ask God. Ask him. Ask him to open up your understanding with the intent that you're going to use this vehicle to not just bless yourself. That's not what this is about. I'm going to tell you right now, I can certainly tell you that that doesn't seem to be the prayer he likes to answer. But if you have it in your heart that it's going to be a ministry for you, that you will take what you get from this and help other people, and you mean it, don't just say it with your mouth, because he's not going to be fooled by a lie. But if you mean it in your heart, that every fiber of your being is for you to take this ability and treat it like a superpower, and you go out and you bless other people with it, just sit back and watch what he does then. Suddenly things are going to start happening for you. But don't think you can lie to him, because he can see a liar. He's not going to give you something that you're not deserving of. And he's not going to give you something that he's not going to get the glory for, because he shares his glory with no one. He shares his glory with no one. But my puppy's up there carrying on like crazy now. So I'm going to take that as an invitation to escape. I had fun talking to y'all today. I really did. I had fun. I felt like this needed to be said. I felt like I said the things that need to be said in terms of keeping your focus on why you should be doing it, what you're viewing, what your worship should be placed on. Not me, not anybody on social media. God is the only person that deserves worship. I'm not him. Nobody else is. And there is no God of trading. Okay. And the sooner you get your perspective aligned with what he would have you do, the easier your life's going to be. It's the way it is. The easier life is going to be for you. Your pathways will be made straight. Your confusion will be lifted. Your anxiety will be gone. He's the person that took away the anxiety from me. He led me to Lucinda Bassett. He led me to all the people that had an impact on helping me. But ultimately, he proved his ability to remove anxiety physically. Physically. When I spoke in tongues, I received the Holy Ghost. I had that experience that I didn't even understand. And then it was explained to me in the book of Acts. That's what I experienced. I had no idea what happened to me. I didn't learn that language. I didn't know that language, but I spoke in a tongue that I did not know. And I felt empowered. I felt changed. And the way I looked at things and the way I looked at the world and the way I looked at other people changed. And that experience is available to you. That's exactly what the Bible teaches is available to you. That's the promise of the Father. It's afforded to everyone. God wants every one of you to have that experience. That's what Peter meant when he said in Acts 2:38. Read it. Just believing in Jesus is not it. The devils believe in Jesus and they fear and tremble, but they're not going to heaven. They're not saved. Saying you believe in God. Who is God? Who's God? He has a name. Yeshua. That's his name. And if you're being baptized because you have to be born of water and spirit, you have to invoke his name because there's no authority in the titles. He is the Father. According to creation, he's the Father of lights. He created everything. Without him, there's nothing created. And he holds it all together. He himself, Jesus does. He came in the form of flesh. That flesh is what makes him the Son of God. That Son didn't exist before his manifestation in the flesh. That's why it says, born of a woman under the law, and his spirit is holy. He is not three people. He's not a triune God. He's one God manifesting himself, just like he said, because I'm going to make man in my own image. How are we formed? How are we made? We're a physical body. That's our body. That's the Son of God. The soul of God is the Father. You have a soul. I have a soul. We have a body. What's the other thing? We have a spirit. That's what he has. He's the Father in creation, Son in redemption, and the Holy Spirit in regeneration. He's one God, one person, one being, the person of Jesus Christ. It doesn't talk about the person of the Father, the person of the Son, or the person of the Holy Spirit. When Philip said, show us the Father, you keep talking about the Father. Show us the Father, and then we're going to be satisfied because you're confusing us. Who is the Father? And then Jesus says to him, have I been with you this long? Have I been with you all this time and you don't know who I am? How are you going to ask me to show you the Father when it's the Father that's speaking to you? If you see me, you see the Father. There's only one God, Muslims. There's only one God. It's not anybody else but Jesus Christ. And I have been blessed to have people leave Islam and understand who God is, and it's Jesus Christ. There have been people that literally have had manifestations by Christ, and they have been awakened by this. And peace and tranquility and happiness and joy and love for their brothers and neighbors has come by way of that revelation. Test and see. Test him. Test and see who really is God. He's waiting for it. That's what the book of Exodus is teaching. The way out of this world is test him. He's willing to perform. Ask him. Give him a stage. He's going to show up. Give him a stage to prove that he's God in your life, and he's going to do it. You have no excuse. None of you have no excuse. Atheists have no excuse. None. None of you have an excuse not to test him. You're all going to want to need a God soon. You're going to be looking for one. Because when this stuff starts happening and it starts panic inducing, I'm not going to be scared. I'm not going to be terrified. My family members know exactly what's coming. It's in those pages. that you're probably never picking up and reading. Or you're going to a church and they're never really teaching it to you. They're telling you to give 10% of your income to the church. So God doesn't need your money. God does not need your money. God talks a lot about money and how those are problems. The love of money is a root of all evil, but money itself is not evil. But it's hard for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God. That's why he said it's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God. All think in currency, money, because that's your power. That's your comfort. Money is not power and money is not comfort to me. Comfort is knowing that I could lose everything. I could lose everything monetarily and I'm still rich. I know God. And more importantly, he knows me. My name is written in his book and he's not blotted it out and won't blot it out. He orders the steps of my life. He orders the things that I have to worry with, and he fulfills and supplies all my needs. The market doesn't do that. Mentorship money doesn't do that. Your belief in me as a person, as a trader, as a mentor, that doesn't give it to me either. He gives it to me. I take great comfort in knowing that I know the Creator. I know him. He knows me, and I've heard him speak to me. And I'm not deserving of that. How are you going to know what your son's birth weight is to the ounce? And you heard the same voice that's ever spoke to you about things. The same voice that said, pull that door in front of you before that trigger goes off and you don't have a face anymore. When your friend, who no longer is alive now, chased me around in his living room with his dad's gun in point blank range, 8 inches away from my face. And I said, please don't do that. And I ran over to the door and my back hit the door and I heard this voice in me say, pull the door in front of you. And I did. And as soon as it hit my shoe, paint chips hit me in the face. If I wouldn't have listened to that voice, you wouldn't be listening to me. I wouldn't be here. All on the same side of my door, or his door, all was the buckshot. All I had to do was touch it and it fell to the floor. Only paint chips hit me in the face. What do you do with that? Is that just a coincidence? That's the same voice that told me when my son Cameron was born and my wife was in pain. She's like, I can't wait to have this baby. And the nurse was saying, how heavy do you think this baby's going to be? What do you think he's going to weigh? She goes, I don't care. I just want him out. I'm so uncomfortable. And that same voice that said, pull the door in front of you, said 6 pounds, 14 ounces. I say he's going to weigh 6 pounds, 14 ounces. And it's on video. I recorded it. I was hiding that camera in the clothes I packed up for me and my wife. And then the camera was running because they didn't let you film back then because they were afraid if you dropped the baby, you could sue them. It was a slam dunk case. But I was filming the whole thing. And you can hear me say 6 pounds, 14 ounces. And as soon as the baby came out of her, they wiped him down. They carried him over to the little weighing station. I had the camera trained up on it. I already knew it was going to say 6 pounds, 14 ounces. And it went right to 6 pounds, 14 ounces. Didn't flutter, didn't do anything. I said, praise God, there it is. Same voice that told me when my wife had a miscarriage. I was coming home from New York. Same voice. The next Sunday. She had a miscarriage. We haven't been intimate. We're just depressed. I go to church. I was going to church at the time. And I couldn't listen to this man. I'm sure he had a good message. I really do think he was up there passionately teaching, but I couldn't hear what he was saying. I couldn't believe at that time that God would allow my child to be taken like that. And I asked him, I said, how am I going to win my wife for you after you did this? How could you let this happen to me? I trusted you and you let this happen. And that same voice says, Judges 13:5, Michael. Judges 13:5. And I was thinking to myself, okay, I'm having an episode here. And if I grab my Bible and I pick it up, I'm going to read that. It's going to have absolutely nothing to do with anything. And it's going to make me feel even worse. And finally, I gave into it. I was like, that's it. I can't listen to this man preaching. I'm sitting in the furthest back pew. There's nobody behind me. I grabbed the Bible, turned to Judges 13:5. I read it. It says, behold, you shall conceive a son. And the whole chapter is about a woman that can't get pregnant. following week, I'm downstairs. My wife's doing laundry, and she calls me, and I'm eating. And I didn't want to have people interrupt me when I'm eating all the time, because if someone tells you something's going to upset me, it just takes my appetite away. So usually when I'm eating, people just let me eat in peace, and there it is. And I said, I'm eating. And she goes, can you come here? And I was like, ugh. Like right now, I have a hunger pain that's in a cramp. And you probably hear me have to keep talking. But she didn't see me come to her. She came down to me. And then she hands me something that looks like a toothbrush. And she goes, here. And she's crying. And I'm like, what's wrong? And I grab it, and the light from the overhead light was shining in my eyes, so I didn't see exactly what she was handing. But when I grabbed it, I saw it was a pregnancy test, and she's crying. I'm thinking, oh no. She found the pregnancy test that she took when she realized that she was pregnant. And I said, I'm so sorry. If I would have saw it sooner, I would have thrown it away. She goes, no, I just took it. I said, you just took, this is a right now pregnancy test? And she goes, yeah. And I look at it, and it's got the little plus on it. I'm like, are you serious? And she goes, yeah. And I'm like, what in the world? Well, fast forward, Hayden's born. That's my Samson, because that's who's born from that chapter. So God told me at the peak of my discomfort, my faith was a little shaken. I was disappointed, because I was like, how can he let this happen? And how am I trying to? Because at the time, my wife wasn't a believer. She was not a believer, and she was mad at him. She was, I don't want to ever hear about him anymore. And then we went to the first prenatal care, and they did the sonogram. I said, you're about to see that you have a son inside you. She goes, yeah, well, we'll see about that. We get in there, and the nurse goes, okay, let's see what we got going on here. She puts a little jelly on her belly. She's smearing this thing around the world with the wand all over. And all of a sudden, she gets the image pop up. And she goes, oh, wow. Have you picked out his name yet? And I looked at her. I said, I told you it's a boy. And she goes, and as soon as that said, that came out, and I was praising God, who shows up? Old Louie. So he gets in her mouth and says, oh, but it looks like you're going to have a C-section. I said, that's a lie. That's a lie right there. That's a lie. And she's like, excuse me? I said, you're a liar. You're telling me. I'm not hearing what you're telling me. You're not going to tell me my wife has to have a C-section, because my wife did not get this baby from God and have to have a C-section and be mutilated when it's being born. That's not going to happen. Because, well, I'm just trying to tell you, the cervix is covered with the placenta right now, and that can't allow the baby. I said, that's going to move out of the way, because it doesn't work like that. I said, you watch what happens, because my wife is not having no C-section. He's coming out naturally, and I'm not hearing that, Satan. My son was born naturally, no C-section. So what do you do with that? What do you do with that? What do you do when you're at a moment where everything's going well for you? Your faith is strong, but your wife doesn't want to believe in him. And you pray that she has discernment and a connection with him, and he presses on her and manifests, and he shows up in her life where she can see him tangibly and believes in him. And you're coming home from a church, and you feel good that you were in a good worship service, and you got a good message given to you that night, and you're encouraged. And then you're driving home, and the reality is you're coming home to a wife that doesn't believe in that same God. You're unequally yoked. The Bible says, don't be unequally yoked. Don't be married to someone that doesn't believe in God, because it's going to be hard. It's hard. It was very hard. So much so, before I went into the house, I stopped. I turned around. I looked up at the stars. I said, Lord, I know I know that you're worthy to be believed in. I believe in you. But I at this moment right now, I need to know that you hear me. And I'm not asking for my answers to be always a yes to prayer, because I know that you know better than I do. You know the end from the beginning. You see things that I don't see. And your counsel is better than mine. So if I ask for something and you don't give it to me, I know that you're keeping me from having that, because it's better for me not to have it. You have something better for me. It may come in a different form. It may come later. I may not get it at all. And it's okay because it's coming from you. But at this moment right now, I need to know that you hear me. And I said, I'm going to ask you for something. And I already know what I'm asking for because you knew I was going to ask this before you even created the worlds because you know everything. And you probably were smiling, thinking to yourself, like, of all the things this man can ask me, he's asking for this. I said, I need to know that you hear me. If you give me this, I know for the rest of my life in this flesh that whatever I ask, that you heard the request. And if you answer it, I'm blessed. If you don't answer it, I'm blessed. Whatever the outcome is, I'm never going to second guess why it did or didn't happen. But I need to know that you hear me. That's all. Out of all the people constantly talking to you, talking about you, saying you don't exist, right now I know that you hear me. And if you hear me and what I'm asking for is just a confirmation that you're able to cut through everything that's going on and single my ask of something from your hands, that request, that you hear it. I need that right now because it's wearing on me that my wife can't see you. It's wearing on me that you don't change her and give her the faith. Like I need this person. I need this. I said, I'm going to ask you for something. And I know that you're probably laughing right now. Like out of all the things you could ask me for, you're going to ask me something so trivial as this. And I even said that. I said, I know what I'm about to ask is probably silly, but I feel like I feel like I know I'm going to get it already. Like I know it's going to happen. I said, I need you to send me a shooting star right where I'm looking at right now. And I already know you're going to send it. I don't know why, but I'm not even going to blink. And where I'm looking at, I believe it's going to come. And in the 70s, I only remember this because I used to be babysat by a woman that was very mean to me, actually. But she used to watch like General Hospital and Days of Our Lives, that type of old housewife thing where they watch soap operas. And anytime they showed a scene at the hospital, they would show you the pulse monitor. It would be like these two little pinpoints of light bouncing as they met each other, and it would go to the side and it would go beep, 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 beep. Well, it looked like I saw something like that. And it was maybe, I don't know, 5 or 6 seconds of doing that from the right to the left where I was looking at. And it wasn't an airplane. It wasn't any kind of like beacon lights on a helicopter or airplane. It was, I don't know what it was, to be honest with you, but where it stopped, a small little pinpoint shooting star started there and went the other direction. And before I could say, wow, thank you, I've had this discussion with people before. I shared this in my private mentorship, and some jerk put it out into the public, and I'm not ashamed of it. I wept at the whole time describing it, and I'm fighting it back now because I want to make sure that you hear me. But if you could take your right hand out right now and outstretch it in front of you, as far as your arm can go in front of your face, okay, and hold your hand out like you're holding like a grapefruit, okay? Imagine a ball of fire the size of a grapefruit in your hand, that far away, okay? But you see it in the sky. It starts from the left to the right, and it goes across the entire area where I was looking at. The whole area where I was standing lit up because it was nighttime. It lit up like it was noontime. And not only did it light up the whole entire area, I heard it crackling as it was going through. It was moving slow. It wasn't like I've seen like green meteorites shoot across because I'm an avid star watcher. I have telescopes. I like watching that stuff. And I've seen shooting stars. I've seen little green meteors that happen. You usually see them stuff like that. There's a really neat little short that's been showed on YouTube that's been popular for the last couple months, where they see this girl's looking down at the camera, and all of a sudden this big green meteor shoots across the sky over her. It's beautiful, once in a lifetime opportunity. This was not green. It was like an amber, like fire. Like it was yellowish, like a fireball, basically. And it moved from left to right, and it moved so slow. There was no way I could have missed it. It was exactly where I looked, and I heard it as it was entering the atmosphere. Like it was like loud, like crackling, and it lit up the whole area. And then as soon as it dissipated, I was jumping up and down, laughing and crying at the same time. I'm looking around like, was anybody else able to see that? Like I'm by myself. And the first thing that came out of my mouth was, thank you, thank you, thank you. And am I allowed to say this to anybody? Like, am I allowed to say that I saw this? Or am I supposed to keep it to myself? Like, I didn't know. But what that told me was that, number one, there's a God. He heard what I said. I asked him a very simple thing. Give me this, and I know that you can hear me. That's not an answer to prayer every time I ask for something. I told him, I said, I'm not asking you to give me a yes to everything, but this will give me the faith that you, since you're the author and finisher of our faith, I need this right now because I'm worn down because I can't win my wife to you. I don't know what to do because I'm worn down. I need this, Father. And he gave it to me. What do you do with that? What do you do with that? And I know every time I've shared this story with people in a medium like this, it's easy to discount, like, this guy's nuts. I love when you do that because I'm going to get a reward for that. I love it that you think that way about me. Call me crazy, call me whatever you want to call me, because I will be blessed because of that. I will receive a reward for that. But I share this because I want you to tempt him, test him, see that he won't do these things when you ask him with a real genuine heart and request for it. He will lovingly manifest himself. He doesn't want you walking through this world with no faith. If he's made a testimony in the word that says he is the author and finisher of our faith, why wouldn't he want to give you the faith if you ask him for it? If he's God, why would he not want to give it to you? He would. And that's what I based it on. I told him, I said, listen, I just left a church that'll say, don't tempt the Lord. And I'm about to ask you something. And I don't think it's tempting because, just like I mentioned a little while ago, I said, Gideon asked you 2 times. You spoke to him and he wanted to make sure he didn't have a bad pepperoni pizza the night before. So he said straight up, if you're God, if you're the Lord, put the dew on the sheepskin or the ram skin and not on the grass in the morning when I wake up. And it was like he asked. And he said, okay, now reverse it. Let the dew be on the grass, but not on the skin. And it was like that the next day. And he said, okay, now because you did this, I'm canceled out any possibility that I'm imagining this. I'm not having a schizophrenic episode. Something's really going on here, and I trust you now. So what is it you want me to do? Now, if tempting the Lord was not asking him to prove himself, what do you think he was doing in Egypt? Proving himself. He made a handicap for himself by hardening Pharaoh's heart, because it only would have took the first plague and they would have tapped out and said, take these people out of here. He hardened his heart. He made him resist God because he wanted to prove that their gods are no gods. Ra, the sun god. Oh yeah? Where is he at when I turn the sun off? And you feel physically the darkness. And only the Hebrews had light. What was that light? That was Christ. Dagon, the river god, the fish god. Oh yeah, is it? Watch this. The river turned to blood. Everything's dead in it. Where's Dagon at? He's on a vacation. He made a mockery of every other god. When Elijah was on Mount Carmel and Baal was up there and they were having orgies and they were cutting themselves and they were worshiping Baal. And he's over there trolling them, laughing at them. Well, yeah, cry louder. Maybe he's taking a nap. Maybe he's taking a leak. Maybe he's on a journey or a vacation. He's hard of hearing. Speak up loud. Come on over here. Watch this. Let's build an altar here. Put 12 stones, one for each one of the tribes of Israel. He said, take 3 buckets, cover it all with water, put the offering on, cover it all with water. It's okay when I watch. Lord, show him. You're the only true and living God. Take this sacrifice so we can see who's what, because Baal ain't showing up here today. Boom, the fire came down, licked up all the stones, licked up all the water, and the offering is gone. But gone. Everything. Earth is scorched. You turn to Baal worshippers. Now who you going to believe? Who's God? And the ones that said, well, it's obviously the Lord, your God. It's okay, now turn on against them and kill all the rest of them. And they slew them all. There's only one God. Only one God. Evil is in this world, yes. And many times they attribute things to why they do things because it's God's will. That's not God's will. That's not God's will. God's will is for us to love one another and come to the knowledge and understanding and love of him and recognize what he did. And I want to spend my time at the end of this month doing more of these kind of discussions. And it's not going to be your cup of tea. I know some of you are like, I'm not interested in this. Okay, good. Go do whatever you're going to do and have fun, whatever you're doing, and be happy. But I have an overwhelming desire to be doing this. Like, I don't know how to describe it. I just feel like I need to be doing more of this. And I started a YouTube channel that's not monetized. And I put a couple Bible studies up that I felt that were interesting. And you're welcome to take a look at them. And you can find the channel at the @ Berean Study. It's BEREANSTUDY. It is absolutely Christ-centered. It's Christ-based. It's not an invitation to go to church, because I don't go to a church. I don't go to organized religion. I look at it like the Book of Acts. They didn't have churches like we have churches today. We have businesses like 7-Elevens on every church corner. There's a church everywhere in your neighborhood. And all of them are businesses. They're all 501(c)s. They all allow a person to run up a mortgage being paid off so they can sell the church later on. That's their retirement plan. And they take 10% of people's money, and that's not biblical, period. End of story. If you're a pastor listening to it, I would love to debate you with the scriptures, because I would tear you up. I would literally tear you up. I would take you in there into the Hebrew and show you exactly what you don't see. I'll take you into the Greek and show you what you don't see. You are subscribed to some kind of church doctrine, some dogma that allows you all to fleece people. God doesn't need people's money. When Peter needed the temple tribute, Jesus said, go out there, drop a hook. Don't put bait on the hook. Drop the hook in the water and pull up immediately what you get on there. He pulls up a fish, and what's inside his mouth? A coin. God can find a way for you to get money. If he wants you to have it, he can do that for you. He doesn't need your money. God didn't walk in the flesh as Jesus said, oh, the temple. Okay, let me reach in my pocket real quick and grab that money for you. He don't need that. We use that here. There's more teaching about how money's a problem in the eyes and minds of believers than it is that you need to give him it. What does he need money for? When he asks for a coin, he said, hey, look, give me a coin. He says, look, whose face is on this coin? Caesar. Okay. He throws it back down and says, render unto Caesar's what is Caesar's, but render unto God what is God's. Praise and worship is what God is owed to God. Money is not what Jesus seeks. God is not in need of money. That is a currency that we created here. That is not, God doesn't need money. He owns everything. He makes the world. He creates every new baby that's born. He takes the time physically and fashions each one of them together in their womb. Every single one of you are fearfully and wonderfully made. He doesn't need money. And to take people and scare them into hellfire if they don't give 10% of their gross income, and then tell them, yeah, but you pay the government taxes and they get that money before you get your money, and you don't want to give God 10% of that. God doesn't need my money, but he loves when you spend your money on helping others when they're in need. That is real giving. But tithing is no longer a thing, period. And Abraham didn't tithe on his income. He tithed on one instance, one time. And what happens when it says that you got to go, if you have your tithe, which is always food, it was never money. How do you know that? Because if the tithe is too much for you to carry in your travel, then sell it for money. And then when you arrive at where you're going, take that money and buy whatever your heart desires, and you and your household eat it before the Lord and be glad. How are you going to pay 10% of that? You'll never hear them preach on that. You'll never hear them preach on that. But I'm telling you right now, I can do that. And that's the verse that I found when I was trying to defend paying tithes, which I did that time. I paid 10%, 5% in offerings every single week. I supported overseas ministries and overseas ministers. I did all that stuff because I was told this is what God would love. So I was like, okay, well, I want to do what God would have me be. I want to make him happy. I want to please him. And I'm a giver at heart. So let me do that. And then my friend, who was having a hard time meeting his bills, he was in the ministry. He was actually working in the sound booth, doing all the recordings and the production aspects of the presentation, the lighting and all that stuff. And they were telling him, you can't be part of the ministry unless you're paying tithes and offerings. Okay, well, that doesn't line up with scripture either. But he was saying, I don't know what's going on because I can't physically meet this. Like, I can't make my bills. And he was talking about how tithing, he didn't believe in it. He was second guessing it. So I actually went into the scriptures to try to prove to him it was scriptural, and then I found out it wasn't. That's where the idea of you coming into my content and saying, here, see if it isn't true. Test and see if it ain't real. Because that's how I found that biblically, there is no tithing that we're supposed to be doing. We're not obligated to pay tithe. We're absolutely not obligated to pay tithe. That doesn't get you into heaven, and God doesn't need your money. There is no more Levitical priesthood. When Jesus died on the cross, he said, Tetelestai, it's finished. It's paid in full. That the earth shook, the temple rent, the veil that was 4 inches thick tore from the ceiling down, and that ended the Levitical priesthood. And Caiaphas, who tore his robe, ended the Levitical priesthood as well. So there's no more need for paying tithe. Tithe was going to what? The Levites, because they had no inheritance. They were in the temple constantly. So they were supplied and met with the welfare system that tithing offered. There is no more Levitical priesthood. There's no more tithe. There's no more anything. And it was never money anyway. Because if it was money, you would never hear this discussion of the tithe. If it's too much for you to carry, and now think about it, if it's money, if you got too much money to carry, sell your money to get more money. And then when you go to where you're going to get to, take that money and buy more money. Doesn't hold up, does it? But when you understand the tithe, look at Cain and Abel. Look at Cain and Abel. Abel brought forth his offerings, and it was of the ground. The ground's cursed. Tithe is instituted welfare, is what it was. But it wasn't money. If you had to pay in tithe with money, you had to pay a penalty because you didn't give the food. You had to pay more because it wasn't food. What did Jesus do with 2 fish and 5 loaves? He multiplied it. Did he do that with money? No. Did he do it when he worked through Elijah, when he met the woman, the widow, and the child? He only had a little bit of flour and a little bit of oil. And Elijah said, I'm hungry. Make me a cake. And he said, we only have enough to eat one more time and we're dead. He goes, no. Make me one and you'll be fine. And they did. And the oil was multiplied and the flour was multiplied. And they had endless ability to make more of it. What is he multiplying there? Money? No. Food. Food, folks. When we get to heaven, that's what the marriage supper of the Lamb is. We're eating. We're not counting money. Tithe is food. It's fellowship, eating with one another, dining with one another. Tithe is not it. But when you go to churches today, they make it about money. And that's why people walk out of there unchanged and they go back into their same lifestyle of substance abuse, broken household, broken marriage, terrible fatherhood, terrible motherhood. They're not changed. They're not inspired to change. They're putting shackles on them when they walk through the door. You're going to go to hell unless you give us 10% of your income, because God said, don't rob God. How can a man rob God? Through tithes and offering. That's the most misrepresented offering. When people are hungry and the vagabond and the widow that travels through, they have storehouse of food, not money. But they weren't doing that. They weren't allowing that. So that's what Malachi's talking about. It's not talking about how people are robbing God because he's not getting 10% of the action. He's not getting his 10%. The big guy's not getting a 10%. No. That's not what this is. He's not getting the glory that he was able to meet their needs because they're hungry. They didn't have money in the wilderness for 40 years walking around following Moses. They didn't have money. They weren't exchanging money there, but they were hungry, right? So what did God do? He sent them quail. He gave them manna. He was supplying that. What? Food. He didn't drop coins. He didn't send the quail with coins in their mouth. Satan has distorted all that stuff. And he's turned these businesses that they call churches today into indoctrination centers where you're never coming to the knowledge of and the truth of Jesus Christ. You're never coming to the knowledge of that. You don't even realize that you're not being taught the gospel. You're not even taught to obey the gospel, which is Acts 2:38. You must be born again of water and spirit. That means you absolutely must be born in water baptism. You must, why? For the remission of sins. And you have to invoke the only name that's worthy of being invoked, not the titles of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. That is no effect. If I write a check and I say ICT is my signature, you can't cash that check. There's no authority in ICT. There's no authority in a title. But Acts chapter 4, verse 12 says, there's no greater name given among men whereby we must be saved. That name is Jesus Christ, Yeshua. So you have to be born of water and spirit. And to be baptized in Jesus' name is to be buried with him in baptism. And unless you invoke his name, you've done nothing but got wet. If you've not been baptized and you think just because Jesus come into my heart and save me, that's not in the Bible. You're not saved. These are all little tricks that Satan has laid out there. You are not saved because you say, come into my heart, Jesus. Your heart's got to be changed. It's wicked. It's wicked. Why are you going to invite him in something like that? He's got to change it. He's got to give you a new heart, and then he will indwell you. But you're all in your sin unless you do it biblically. And you're not going to know what that is unless you understand what was being taught by the apostles, because they received their direct information from Christ himself. He would not have left if he understood that they were not aware of what they were supposed to be teaching. In Matthew 28:19 says, he goes therefore in all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. And the churches today say, okay, when we baptize you, we say in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. What's his name? What's the name of the Father? What's the name of the Son? Obviously, it's Jesus. What's the Holy Spirit's name? Well, Jesus says, I will send the Holy Spirit in my name. Oh, is that right? That means you're the Holy Spirit. You're the Holy Ghost. Right. Don't worry, I have scriptures that will tell you without a doubt that Jesus says he is the Holy Spirit. And the testimony in other scriptures says that Christ's Spirit is the Holy Ghost. It's one person, the person of Jesus Christ. And before he came in the flesh, he's just the Father, and his Spirit is holy. You want to know who Jesus is? Study Isaiah. And you'll see that there's not three up there. It's just one, him. Just him. He shares his glory with no one. Oh, but who was he praying to in the garden? I know some of you probably you've either typed it or you want to type it to me. Oh, if Jesus was, if he's the Father, if he's God alone, who's Jesus praying to in the Garden of Gethsemane? Who was he praying to? It says in the Bible that all flesh must come before God through prayer, and Jesus was a replacement for us. He died on the cross for us. So his flesh is the Son of God. That Son had to do everything that we have to do. That flesh has to do everything. It has to submit itself to the Spirit. So when it prayed, that flesh prayed to the Spirit. It needed to be ministered to. Even when he was tempted by the devil, the angels came and ministered to him. Why? Because the flesh was being tempted. If it was never being tempted, it can't be a proper substitute for us. He walked in that, just like work clothes. Jesus himself made that body, and he indwelt it. He walked sinlessly in it. He allowed that body to be tempted in all manner like we are, but he never sinned. So that flesh had to pray, just like we have to pray to God. So he's not talking one person of the Godhead to the other person of the Godhead. It's just his flesh was praying. God doesn't get tired, but Jesus slept. God doesn't get hungry, but Jesus had to eat. I hunger. I'm thirsty on the cross, he says. But God has emotion. He gets angry and he's hurt when there's no faith. That's why the shortest verse in the Bible says, and Jesus wept. He didn't cry because his friend Lazarus was dead. He cried because none of them believed that he had the ability to raise him up from the dead. That's why he cried. I teach about that, by the way, on that channel. When you understand the revelation of who Christ is, the only and almighty God, Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6, read that and you'll see who he is. Unto us a child is given. Unto us a son is given. Unto us a global leader is given. Unto us, the mighty God, the everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. That's the Godhead, all inside of one person. Is Jesus Christ inside the Godhead, or is all the Godhead in Jesus? Because the Bible says all the fullness of the Godhead is in Jesus bodily. There is no separation. That's who you're talking to when you talk to Jesus. You're talking to the Father, who manifests himself in flesh, in work clothes. That's what that flesh was. That body had a beginning. It wasn't eternal. The Son was an idea of a plan of salvation that God had before the foundations of the earth. That's why it says, restore unto me the glory I had at the time before the foundations of the world, before the world began, when Jesus prayed for that. Because he was in a state of what? Being tempted. He has to go through that process of being tempted, then crucified. And the Bible says he was made sin for us. And we can't even comprehend that. That body he created was made sin. Everybody's sin ever to ever occur was made bodily in that body that Christ inhabited. And he allowed that to be crucified to the cross. And it was an atonement for sin. God himself is not surprised every time Michael makes a mistake and says something that's sinful. If I curse, God's not up there shaking his head saying, man, I thought you were going to do well today and you messed it up. Because God already knows the end from the beginning. Every one of my sins, he already paid for them. Before I was born, they were already paid for. But that power in forgiveness is not available to me unless I have faith in who he is and what he did. And the faith is important that who he is. Because Jesus said, unless you believe in him who sent me, is what? The Father. And he says, I and the Father are one. He is making a distinction that he is the Father, but he can't call that flesh that he's inside of. He can't call that the Father. He never lets the flesh be called God. There is no God the Son. And I'm really upsetting some people right now because there is no Trinity. There's one God that manifests himself in the flesh of Jesus Christ. That flesh is the Son of God. His spirit is holy. As a creator, he's the Father. He has different operations, different offices. Okay? Same spirit, one spirit, but different manifestations. Is God a burning bush because he talked to Moses from it? No. Is he a pillar of fire because he manifests himself in that? No. Is he a pillar of cloud by day? No. They were just theophanies. That they were pre-bodily manifestations of the same singular God, Jesus. And when you understand that, that's how he created us. That's how we're made in his image. We have a body, we have a soul, and we have a spirit. It doesn't take more Michaels than just me. I'm the mentor, ICT. I am my wife's husband. I am my children's dad. And that doesn't require three Michaels. Just like it doesn't require three persons in the Godhead to be God. God is the Father who created everything. His spirit is holy, but he created a body born of a woman under the law. Hebrews, read it. And then he indwelt that body and says the Bible for God to inhabit and dwell in Christ. Christ is not his name. That's what he is. The anointed one. That body is work clothes. That's all it was. That body was a vehicle to bridge the separation between God and man that was made by the fall in the garden. And I talk about what the actual original sin was too, in case you want to know what that is. It's not about an apple. But anyway, that's why I'm telling you I'm putting ICT down this year. I told you last year I was going to do it. I don't want to be ICT anymore. Okay. I know that a lot of you enjoy me teaching and all that stuff, but when I'm done teaching my son in this mentorship, I'm done teaching. No more videos are going on my YouTube channel. I'm not going to cultivate more attention around ICT. I will be busy. I will be YouTubing. I will not be making ad revenue off of it. But I want to be found working, doing these types of. This is me. This is the real me. When I'm not trying to, be a character online to get attention long enough to learn how to do this properly. This is who I am, and it's not exciting. It's not, jet set. It's not all that important to most of you probably now. And that's okay. Because if I diminish as ICT and I increase more knowledge and awareness of Christ, that's exactly what I want. And that's what I want to be found doing. Because I believe that we are in the last generation, because the Bible says very plainly in Matthew 24, Jesus said, when you see the fig tree shoot forth its branch, you know that summer is near. Same way, return is near. And I teach how you can know with beyond a shadow of a doubt that we are the last generation. We are we are in the end times, and the same things that I felt was being pressed on me when I was 14 years old with my then friend Sean, who's my best friend. I told him, I said, we were looking up at the stars. I said, you realize in 2016 to 2020, in that area, that's a generation. It's about 70 years by way of strength, maybe 80 years. That means that around that time when we're old, he's like, yeah, it's wild. If it happens, like, that's wild. And look what's happened. There's never been a time like this. There's never been a time when Russia and Persia, which we know as Iran, they've never been allies in history ever before, ever. Read Ezekiel 36, 37, 38, and 39. Ezekiel 36, 37, 38, and 39. That's what you're watching unfold right now. You're watching the beginning of that. You're watching in the Middle East right now, Bible prophecy come to pass. In 2019, I told everybody, get ready. In the turn of the year, in video recordings, my private mentorship can come forward and tell you that this is absolutely fact. I told everybody, turn your attention to Iran and Russia, because we're entering Ezekiel's prophecy. And now look what's going on. There's a person that's going to be coming on the scene very soon. Nobody knows who it is, but there has to be turmoil and war in Israel before he comes on the scene. There's going to be an event called the Harpazo, and that will usher in the revelation of who that person is. He's going to step forward. He's going to be a world leader that can usher in 7 years of peace, and he's going to confirm a covenant between the Jews and all the Arab nations. And for 3.5 years, there's going to be peace. But at the end of that 3.5 years, he changes it up. And Satan himself is going to indwell that person. And what we understand is the man of sin is then called the son of perdition. And then God gives the full authority to Satan to do whatever and anything he wants at that time for the next 3.5 years. And that's what you understand in the Bible is the Great Tribulation. You're seeing all these things happen right now because that's what you're about to enter. That's what I said in 2019 to get prepared for. That's what I told my students in 2020, and everybody called me Chicken Little. And now look at what's going on in the world. Every country has fake leadership. Every country has World Economic Forum placement people. They're all puppets. They're all part of the beast system. That's exactly what's going on. And everybody needs to be aware of it because you're not voting your way out of this. You're not voting your way out of any of this. It's coming because it's written, it's foreordained, it's coming whether you like it or not. It's not going to be stopped. You can't change it, and you might as well get yourself right with God. Period. That's the way it is. So that's going to be it. I'm hungry, and I'm really interested in having something to eat now. So I've enjoyed my time with you. Hope you learned something. If I offended you, I'm not apologizing. If you want to learn more, if you want to hear more stuff like this, I want to do more of it over on @Berean Study. And it's a YouTube channel. I'll spell it for you one more time. BEREANSTUDY. Berean Study. And if you pull that up, I think there's 4 videos right now. Just warm up to the idea that you're going to see the Bible as it's really supposed to be understood, with no spin. I'm not affiliated with any churches. I'm not trying to, put you on going to church, whatever. If you want to go to church, my advice is to find a church that has similar ideas that's being taught from the apostles' doctrine, because Jesus literally spent 50 days making sure that they understood what he wanted them to teach, and then he ascended in Acts chapter 1. He would not have left if they were confused or didn't know what he understood as the gospel that he wanted them to tell it. And they went into all the nations, baptizing them in the name of Jesus, which is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And every instance in the book of Acts, when someone was baptized, they were baptized into Jesus' name. They never, ever, ever said in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. That never happened, ever happened. And anybody that's ever been baptized like that, you are not born of the water. That means you did not obey the gospel, and that means you are not going to heaven and you're not saved. You can believe and say it with your mouth, but that's the beginning of salvation. That's the beginning of salvation. You have to obey the gospel, and the gospel is 238 Acts 2:38, where you must believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, absolutely, and you must repent, absolutely, but you have to be baptized in Jesus' name and receive the Holy Ghost, which is the promise of the Father. As many as shall be called by God. That means not just then, because there's people who say, oh, when they spoke in tongues, that was just for the Jews back then. No, Peter made it very plainly. There is no end to this. Until Jesus comes and sets up his kingdom for 1,000 years and millennial reign, which will happen after 7 years of tribulation. You cannot enter into the kingdom. You cannot enter into heaven. You're going to hell unless you obey the gospel. That means you must be born of water and spirit and then be baptized in Jesus' name for the remission of sins. If you don't do those things, you're not saved. There is no sinner's prayer in the Bible where it says, come into my heart, Jesus. That's not it. Don't go to church and play church and lose your salvation. You have to have a relationship with Christ, though. That's absolutely guaranteed that you need that. But if you are an Easter, Christmas Christian and you only go to church those times, you got to check your inventory on what you think you know about God and how your relationship is with him, because you're playing church. You put on your best clothes to go there 2 times a year, but you have no idea what the book says. You have to understand what the doctrine of the apostles taught. And you see that in the book of Acts. That's what the model that Jesus had in mind for churches, not today, not these mega churches. And these pastors are trying to be monoliths in the community of faith, trying to be celebrities. Yeah, it's not what that is. You have to be modest. You have to be meek and lowly. And as a pastor today, you don't see that. You see $5,000 suits, security detail all around them, and they're out there acting like they're celebrities and like they're the star of the show. And if Jesus walked in, they wouldn't even recognize him. So anyway, I'll catch y'all on the flip side. I had fun. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And until I talk to you next time, be safe.